All right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Testing.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello.
I heard myself.
Over her phone? You hear
Yeah.
it? All right, perfect.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Test.
1, 2, 3.
Mic check.
All right. Can you hear me, DT? No. Okay.
Hello, Davis. Hello, hello. Can you hear us, Davis? I can't hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you, Davis. So I'm just going to have to trust that you can hear me. Hey, Davis. So I'm not necessarily sure if the audio is going through for our music. I'm just gonna test this again to see what happens. But I will let you know real fast about. To test all that because I want to make sure everything is covered. So I think we should be fine for now. I just can't hear you, Davis. Okay. I'll turn it down a little bit then. I'll turn down the DAW music. Just so Davis, tell me if this is good or not. Put it at 25. All right. It's time for Maction here in Pullman. Washington State University will be coming home after losing by a combined margin of 5 against 2 top 20 teams over there on the East Coast. They'll need the win today to become bowl eligible. Can the Cougars do it? The Toledo Rockets come flying in after rocketing Akron into the sky in a 45-10 win. Can their Rockets have enough fuel to make it to the end of the day with the win? We'll find out as it is game day on the Palouse. Welcome to Pullman and welcome to KUGR on this game day on the Palouse. I am Dylan Bergman and I'm going to be joined by
Jackson Losi
And Charlie Templeton.
We are excited to see what will happen today in Pullman, but it's the Wild West and there are many games out going on this week.
Down the row, University of Idaho and their dual threat quarterbacks and Joshua Wood and Rocco Koch take on the Portland State at the 8th one of the world in the Kibbe Dome. Will the Vikings successfully raid the Vandals? Also this week, the Utah State Aggies saddle up to take on New Mexico this week at University Stadium. Will this quarterback battle between Walker Egat and Bryson Barnes live up to the hype?
Colorado State is taking on Wyoming in the border war, the battle for the bronze boot, and today these two squads will face off for the final time as conference foes. This one just means more for who claims the final bronze boot of the Mountain West, all to play for from War Memorial Stadium in Laramie, Wyoming.
San Diego State, Fresno State. Well, emotions can run high in rivalries too, as we have seen multiple times over the course of college football history, as an oil can will be the prize over in Fresno as the Bulldogs take on San Diego State in what will be a late afternoon thriller and will be our Wild West game of the week. Certainly it's going to be a great day out west, but down the road, however, two former rival QBs are now close teammates under a dual threat and dual quarterback system. Jackson Lose has the story.
You look at the big story for this offense. Joshua Wood and Rocco Koch, mobility, speed, and power between these two quarterbacks can be the complete X factor. Here's a fun fact for you. Joshua and Rocco played against each other in high school, both two top programs at the time in 2021 with the Graham Kapowsin Eagles and Curtis Vikings. Rocco and Josh faced off and ending in a 56-12 win for Joshua and Graham Kapowsin. Joshua and the Eagles would end up taking state in 2021 in Washington, while also beating Collins Hill at the Geico Bowl. Mind you, Collins Hill had a now Heisman winner and two-way starter Travis Hunter on the team. Wood and the Eagles edged that game out 40-36 against the 6th-ranked team in the nation. Homegrown teams from back home of Graham really showed out for that game.
Thank you, Jackson. Washington State University has had a bit of a time playing ranked opponents in the past few years, and well, we have played two of them last week. But why don't you tell us a little bit more about that history, Charlie?
Yeah, absolutely. 2025 playing both Virginia and Ole Miss back to back in both games. Cougars losing both of those. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Going back to 2024, very, very good season, 8-4 overall. Only saw one game against a ranked opponent in the regular season against number 25 Boise State in a game that Washington State lost 45-24. Ashton Genty, 260 yards, 4 touchdowns. The other ranked game they played was the Holiday Bowl against Syracuse. Washington State, as you know, down quite a few players in that one. That was a 52-35 loss. Back in 2023, Cougars lost the Apple Cup by 3 to that Washington squad that ended up going all the way to the national championship. Before that, they also lost in Eugene to number 9 Oregon. The last win the team had against a ranked opponent was week 4, 2023, when they took down number 14 ranked Oregon State by 3, 38-35 in Pullman. That came 2 weeks after they took down Wisconsin, who was 19 at the time. That streak left them ranked 13th before the season kind of fell apart from there. Back to 22, Washington State had a record of 1-4 against ranked teams, losing the Apple Cup to a number 12 ranked Washington squad. A comeback that fell short early in the season against number 14 ranked Utah, 21-17 17 as well. They lost to a very good USC team who was ranked 6th, 30-14, and lost to number 16 Oregon in Pullman due to a massive almost 30-point comeback in the fourth by the Ducks. The only ranked win of the season was again against the Badgers, beating them. A Badgers team that was ranked 19. Again, yes, they beat Wisconsin, who was ranked 19 both times 2 seasons in a row. In 21, they only played one ranked team that was a rather weak Pac-12 that year, and they didn't have Utah. It was a very good team that year, but they did lose to number 5 ranked Oregon in a game with 120 yards of penalties, 5 turnovers between the two teams. Looking back to the COVID schedule, 2020 they only played 4 games, 2 against ranked opponents, losing to Oregon again, and as well to USC. Since 2020, 4-13 in 17 ranked games. Not the best. They'll hope to turn that around. Don't see any more ranked games so far on the schedule, but we'll see coming in the next year. Their best record is against Wisconsin, 2-0. Worst is against the Ducks, where they are 0-4.
Well, thank you, Charlie. Before we can see who will rocket to victory today in Pullman, there's quite a few other games going on out here in the Wild West. We're going to take a look at some of the future Pac-12 teams. But before we do that, there's an Idaho game today, right, Jackson?
There is. University of Idaho will be taking on Portland State. If you ask me, the QB Dome gets pretty loud at this time of year. Idaho will aim to leverage their home field and recent form to gain an edge. Key storylines for the Vandals include their ability to execute an offense and defend against big plays. And big plays, you can talk to a guy that I talked to earlier, quarterback Rocco Koch. He is not the starter, but the big hard-nosed quarterback, a former lacrosse player, acts as a running back while being able to sling the ball just casually 60 yards downfield. He had 14 carries and 81 yards last game as a quarterback. But if you want to talk about rushing yards, you can also look at Elijah Cummings. 40 rushing yards attempts this season, 8 carries last week, only 10 yards. But Cummings has more than a good chance to break off, as it felt like he did earlier in the season against Washington State. You could talk about Portland, for instance, and they enter the matchup looking to upset and demonstrate resilience on the road. For the Vikings, disciplined play and limiting mistakes will be critical to stay in this game. Quarterback John Sagapolete going 11 for 22 on attempts with 138 yards last week against Weber State. They ended up dropping that game, but you can also look at their other quarterback, which they also have a dual threat quarterback system with Tyree Smith. Again, another rushing quarterback, but he can also sling the ball around 60 to 70 yards. So you can look at this instance, 7 carries, 38 yards with 2 touchdowns. But for instance, effectively, if they can control the clock and keep the Vandals offense off the field, that will tilt them in favor for this game. Portland State, conversely, will want to push the tempo when possible, exploit mismatches in the Vandals defense, and create explosive plays. If the Vikings offense can get the rhythm done early, that will make the dynamic for this game. If you look at defensively, Idaho must focus on containing big pass plays and controlling the line of scrimmage. If Portland State can generate pressure, force hurried decisions, and convert stops into turnovers, they'll keep themselves in contention. Portland State's defense will aim to force Idaho into 3rd and long situations, disrupt the run game, and keep the scoreboard manageable. A few momentum shifts, defensive plays could swing the game. When their special teams is overlooked, though, it is a big opportunity. Special teams will likely play a crucial role, whether it's kickoff coverage, punt returns, or field goal accuracy. Whichever team can manage the field goal position, which they have done in multiple games, especially against the Cougs back earlier in the season with the Vandals, they can battle and gain a meaningful edge. Punt returns, big returns, or even a long field goal could make the difference here. The X factors, I would say, in this game is red zone efficiency and momentum swings. A big play, whether offense or defense, early can set the tone and force the trailing team to catch up on this game.
Yeah, I've actually been kind of impressed by Idaho. You know, Idaho right now 2-5, but that 2-5 record doesn't really show how well they're playing. It's really that kind of game time execution problems have been a problem for Idaho. They've been playing a lot of very, very close games against a lot of very good opponents. They've had a very top-heavy schedule featuring Washington State and San Jose State. I don't know if you guys remember that San Jose State game, but Idaho nearly beat an FBS opponent on the road in a all right conference. You know, this isn't like, we're not talking necessarily about like a Conference USA matchup. We're talking about a Mountain West matchup. and they nearly won that game. It was just a late game collapse, and it's really going to be interesting to see what will happen. Idaho having their first year head coach, uh, if they can really execute that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only did they almost beat one FBS team, they almost did it twice. They played a very tough game here in Pullman at the season opener, a game that some could argue they really should have won.
I mean, that was just a chaotic defensive battle. And, if Idaho plays as well as they did against the Cougars, I really do think that they could be in it today. Looking at kind of the matchup and thinking about it, my personal prediction is I feel like Idaho has the advantage here today. I think Idaho is going to come out. I think they're going to come out and win this one. I'm going to say it's probably going to be a slugfest. There's probably going to be a lot of FCS craziness, stuff that you won't really see in the FBS, and you'll probably see a lot of very explosive plays because, defenses will get exposed, but you also will see a lot of very, chaotic QB scrambles. And my prediction for this one is I feel like Idaho has the advantage here. Although both teams' records may indicate that they're similar, I don't really see them being that similar. I think I have a 40-20 Idaho victory today in the Kiwi Dome.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I believe Idaho takes a very narrow win. I'm going to say that about that part. But if you look at Idaho's game against University of Northern Colorado really started it off early, and they immediately pushed a almost agenda into University of Idaho, where they kind of just pushed and touchdown after touchdown, field goal after field goal. And it was just Idaho was just to a blank. And I feel like what Idaho can really do here is limit self-inflicted errors, which is the huge thing that you can do for University of Idaho. If you can look at the game with UNC, like I said, for instance, you can really see how many self-inflicted errors they had in that game. If they don't, Portland State can steal one. So I'm still going to take U of I, but I am not very confident about it. I'm going to say a 21-20 game, very close.
Ooh, you're not predicting overtime, are you?
I am not predicting an overtime.
You're not predicting overtime, but it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close Big Sky matchup, you're saying today.
Yeah, looking at this game, this reminds me a lot of Idaho's game against St. Thomas that they played early in the year, a game with some massive momentum swings. It looked very much like one team was going to win, and then all of a sudden 3 minutes later, it will be a completely different story. Portland State, I think, doesn't quite have enough to take down the Vandals, though. I'm going to take Idaho here with a final score of 28-32.
All right. So it looks like we are universally saying Idaho is going to win. Will that be a curse? I don't know. But we'll be finding out at 1 p.m. today with the Sickos Committee in the house. The Sickos Committee, that famous nationally syndicated podcast about college football, going to be in the house. That'll be a very fun game to watch there. Outside of that, we got a little bit of a vengeance game, right, Jackson?
We do, between the Utah State Aggies and New Mexico Lobos. You can look at the coach connection here, which is a very interesting story. The matchup carries almost extra intrigue just because of this. Utah State's coach, Bronco Mendenhall, previously coached New Mexico and left after just one season. New Mexico players and fans feel some frustration that adds some emotional weight to this game, which is completely understandable. But you can look at the offense and defense of this game. Utah State's offense is their strength. Quarterback Bryson Barnes has thrown for 1,600 yards and 13 touchdowns this season, while they can also lean on running back Miles Davis with 6.2 yards per carry. While you cannot be threatened by that deep ball because they have Braden Pagan as their top wide receiver, who's had a very good season this year. But on the flip side, Utah State's defense is a concern. They surrender big yardage, especially against the run and big pass plays. For example, they've given up 449 yards per game passing plus rushing. That is a problem that needs to be solved pretty quick by their defensive coordinator. New Mexico, meanwhile, brings a capable passing game led by Jack Lane and a good ground game with dual-wielding quarterbacks like Scott Humphrey and Damon Blankson. Their defense has been inconsistent, particularly protecting against the pass, but you can really just look at the stats here where they just have such good run defense and such good pass defense here. So I feel like their defense can really protect them on here. So New Mexico is undefeated at home so far this year and eager to make a push towards bowl eligibility. Utah State has been better at home than on the road. Being in Albuquerque presents a tougher environment. Both teams have similar records, so this is a pivotal game for conference standing and postseason hopes. What to watch here? Utah State, versus New Mexico's run game. Utah State struggles versus the run. If New Mexico can establish it, they'll control tempo. Third down and red zone efficiency. Utah State's weakness in converting third downs, defending them, might prove costly. Utah State has been better than many in forcing or avoiding turnovers. New Mexico needs to add protect to the ball and avoid the Aggies' extra possessions. Explosive plays, both offenses like to go big. A big deep ball will not be surprised here. If you are really watching this game and you are watching it intently, I promise you will see a big play in this game. Momentum swings given to the coach connection and the home crowd for New Mexico. Early momentum could matter more than usual. So my lean here is I'm going to have New Mexico Lobos win 31-27 with the home field advantage.
All right. Not so fast, little young Padawan. I'm going to have to disagree with you here. Think about Jason Eck is a new head coach for the FBS level. He also, when you also look at the Utah State, their records may look the same, but they're really not the same. Look at who Utah State played. They played Texas A&M, the number 3 team in the country. That's a really tough thing to play. They've been playing a lot of very tough opponents to start the season. It's of course if they're gonna be down a little bit when you think about who they've played. So I don't really think that's a dig against them. When you look at both those teams, when you look at their losses, they've been playing tough. I really see this toughness going in to New Mexico. I really do think that even though they might be wearing some nice teal uniforms today, I actually got Utah State winning today. I'm going to say 37-30.
That is a very good point that I find with you, but I'm just gonna give you a nice comparison here, which I think I can think of. You can look at strength of schedule. You can 100% look at that, but you can also compare this to Washington State. You can compare this to the last 2 weeks that Washington State has gone through, and you can say that strength of schedule is such a huge factor here, and it's going to be a great game today. I'm not doubting that, but you can also look at how Texas A&M had that strength of schedule at the same exact time that Washington State had to do that. At the same time, Washington State lost to North Texas by a wide margin. So I believe it's going to be a very good game. So I highly agree with you that that's going to happen.
But are we comparing apples to apples? Or are we comparing apples to oranges? Is that really a like comparison? Because after the North Texas game, I don't really see the Cougars as the same team. They've been playing differently. They've got a better play calling. Their defense has been getting to better positions. So, of course, they're not going to get that opportunity to be blown out. So I don't really see that's a good simile to have, a good comparison to have. What we got to be thinking about is this Utah State team is fundamentally the same team. They're still playing well. They played Vanderbilt. I forgot to mention that. They played Vanderbilt in Tennessee. Both those are 2 really tough teams to play. And if they're going to play them tough, I think that they're gonna get one out here, and I think they're gonna go 3-1 in conference play. I think New Mexico is gonna fall 3 in conference play after that one.
Well, the predictions are 1-1, so that means it comes down to me. I have to break the tie. And looking at this, I think Barnes is just phenomenal. 13 touchdowns, great deep ball threat. Jack Lane is also fantastic, really great, a lot of yards, but 50-50 split interceptions, touchdowns, 8 apiece. Yes, New Mexico is at home. I'm going to have to go with Utah State here as well. It seems to be a close game, explosive game, a lot of offense. I'm going to give final score here. This one, I'm going to say 45-42.
Oh, you're expecting a big time blow up, a big time scoring frenzy, a scoring bonanza, if you will. Well,
we'll say that.
Yeah, well, it's going to be on the Mountain West Network, so of course something chaotic is going to happen. Well, remember that UNLV game that was on the Mountain West Network earlier this year. Yes, we know we've been talking a little bit about the hatred that comes with your former coach coming into, but also brings hatred. Rivalries. Rivalries are the lifeblood of college football. And guess what? We have another one today. Charlie, what is it?
Absolutely. It is Colorado State facing off against Wyoming. The border war, the battle for the bronze boot. Colorado State is 2-5, but they have played a couple of tough teams. They played University of Washington at home in week 1. They face off against the 3-4 Wyoming Cowboys. That game is in Laramie, Wyoming. Looking at Colorado, looking at Wyoming, they've had wins over San Jose State, wins over Northern Iowa. One of their losses is to a ranked Utah team. So that's a pretty good loss there. Now, in those ranked teams, both of them do have a loss to a ranked opponent. Colorado State started the year a bit slower, but have looked a little bit better. They picked up a massive win over Fresno State, looked to be turning the season around, and then kind of got pummeled by Hawaii at home. Both teams are below 500, but rivalry game, huge chance to turn your season around. Looking at a little bit of the history here, the boot was introduced in 1968. The rivalry had been going since 1899, but since the boot has been introduced, it has been won by Wyoming 31 times, Colorado State 26 times. Looking at a couple notable players in this game, Ben Florentine for Wyoming, he's their nose tackle, 20 tackles, 5 sacks, and a forced fumble. Looking at the defensive for the other side, Colorado State linebacker Owen Long, 93 tackles, most in the FBS so far this year. Looking at the offensive end, Jackson Brousseau for Colorado State, 6 touchdowns, no picks. Neither team here has a fantastic offense, very good defensive sides here for both. This one's going to be close. I think I'm going to have to go Wyoming here. They get back to 500 with a win here. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game. Give me Wyoming 17-14.
I believe that is also true. After coming off of a hard loss last week against Air Force, I really believe that they can have this a bounce. I'm going to give it a 17-14 game. I don't think it's going to be very high scoring. I think that it's going to be a very defensively played game, and I think that's a very good opportunity for the Wyoming Cowboys to make a statement here and get back to 500 and hopefully bowl eligible.
Wyoming, I think, has had an impressive defense. Colorado State, you mentioned some great play by a single player, but there's no I in team. What is the whole team doing? What is the whole team doing for Colorado State? It's not that great. They're 103rd in the country in defensive rankings. Right now, they're averaging, I think, close to about 3 points a possession. Colorado State is allowing nearly 3 points of possession. That is unacceptable. And they are getting close to sub 60% protection rates. When you look at Wyoming right now, they're at 67%. They're preventing a score when there's a possession. They're barely above 2 points. That's something to really consider here. Laramie is a fun place to play, though. When you look at, for example, Colorado State, they're yet to throw a pick this year. Think about that. They're starting QB Jackson Brousseau, not necessarily yet to throw a pick this year. And when you look at the second half of that Washington State Colorado State game, they showed some flashes. They showed some flashes of being able to coordinate a defensive stop here. Although maybe like the basic stat line may not look that great, I think part of the issue though is they played a few tougher opponents. Washington State, Washington, Washington in Husky Stadium, which oftentimes a lot of these sort of metrics, which I have to admit, do sometimes get a little bit skewed by the averages. Look at Washington State getting their averages skewed by that late kind of collapse against Washington in the Apple Cup. I don't know. This just could be the vibes theory of college football, and this could be a very bad thing to choose. But my thing is, I think Colorado is going to win this one. I think that when the time is up and all the players are running to the boot there, which is probably one of the best traditions in college football, I think it's going to be the Colorado State players. I think it's going to be the Rams running in there. They think they're going to be snagging that one. I'm going to predict, contrary to what the stats may say, I really do think that this is going to be a high-scoring affair. I think it's going to be 40-30. That's my score prediction. I could be wrong. This is the vibes theory of college football. My vibes are telling me Colorado State's going to win, so I'm going to pick Colorado State today.
Well, it's going to be a special Mountain West rivalry game, isn't it?
Oh, right you are. And speaking of hate, speaking of rivalries, we've got another rivalry for you in our Wild West Game of the Week. All those games may be fine and dandy, but really, when you think about it, do they have an oil can to celebrate who will win? No, but you know who does? Fresno State, San Diego State. Right now, San Diego State leads the all-time rivalry 31-27. There's also 4 ties, but we don't do those ties anymore. We want winners. And when you look at the game, Fresno State is led by E.J. Warner. E.J. Warner, the former Temple and Rice quarterback, loves to sling the ball. He loves to send that ball high into the atmosphere. Mr. Banks, I guess, would be proud with him flying a kite and also maybe him flying a football. He has 10 TDs on that and about 1,400 passing yards, 1,486 to be exact. But he also, when you're slinging it, there's a chance that, the wide receiver you thought was your wide receiver may not be your wide receiver, or that wide receiver may not catch the ball. He has 9 picks on the year. So he's really slinging it. He has a 57 passer rating. But for your sickos out there, and this is where the Ditmir metric, which tells you what QBs are just slinging the ball everywhere without too much care, is a 3.24. That is number 14 in FBS. Keep in mind the number 1 is about a 5 in at the FBS level. San Diego State comes to the game with 186 yards per game passing, led by Jaden Deagle, that 6'5" former Michigan quarterback. On the road, however, he has a little bit struggled on his completion, only completing 62% of passes. Remember, they beat Cal 34-0, and he's still a little bit struggling on the completion percentage. That's something to keep in mind. He also had 6 sacks on the road. At home, he only has 1. That's something to think about, as well as he has a 69% completion at home. So it's really translating. You have that home field advantage. That home field advantage is nice, but you gotta be able to convert on that. Outside of that, we love to give a lot of attention to the quarterback, but what are the other backs, the halfbacks or fullbacks? What are the running backs doing? And Fresno State has really enjoyed running the ball. Rayson Luke and Braden Donaldson have over 300 yards run season. Fresno State's going to be led by their running back Sutton, but he has 531 yards, but no other running back has over 200 for San Diego State. So they're entirely dependent on Sutton for their performance today. Donaldson does lead Fresno State with 400 rushing yards. When you look at picks, if you're San Diego State, you're going to be wanting to look at a way how to shut down that offense. And you know how you do that? You shut them down with your defense. Right now, Fresno State averages about 2.1 points per possession, while stopping the other team 64% of the time. San Diego State, however, is letting only 1.25 points a drive, which is top 5 in the country. So these are 2 all right defensive squads with a 77% stop rate. San Diego State really does have the edge here when it comes to defense. And so with that, that's going to be an interesting sort of conversation point to have, right, guys?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say that's a huge point that we could talk about there. I think also something you could talk about is how many transfers Fresno lost. Fresno lost a lot of people in the transfer portal, including the now quarterback of the University of Idaho Vandals, Joshua Wood. He was their backup quarterback for 3 years. He was able to kind of spy and was able to realize what was going on in their system. And then when he was going to get the job up and left, he put that there. He and left. But back for the years by Vandals for three years. So we're going to see how this game goes with that.
Yeah. Charlie, what are your thoughts?
I think this will be an interesting game. Obviously, rivalries are always fantastic. We talked about the Mountain West ones. Got some more here. These are 2 teams that I think are a pretty interesting. Fresno had that really bad loss that I mentioned to Colorado State, but San Diego State has not exactly looked great either. They have some good defensive numbers, but when they were in Pullman here just a few weeks ago, they did not look good. Washington State looked a lot better than they did in their opener against Idaho. So both these teams have some really big questions in my opinion.
Well, they did luck out and or 13 points. So I feel like their record is making them look a little bit better than they actually are. And when you look at San Diego State, what was their biggest problem last year? They were number 3 in the country in penalties per game. They've halved their penalties per game number. Washington State, they had those 2 costly, incredibly costly offsides penalties to end that game. And when you look at kind of the team, they've been consistently improving year over year. I feel like that's going to give them the edge today. I feel like my prediction for this one is going to be a 24-21 San Diego State victory.
Well, okay, my prediction for this game is actually incredibly similar to that. I have the almost identical score. I have it going 24-20, not 21. But
I am also going to take San Diego State here. I feel like EJ Warner, even though he's been playing pretty decent, those 9 interceptions are pretty dang scary. When you look at the other side of the ball, there's only been 2 interceptions given up by San Diego State. I really feel like this game is going to swing in San Diego State, and I think it's going to be almost a blowout. I'm going to go with 49-27.
Oh, why are you going with a blowout, though?
I personally feel like EJ Warner will fall under pressure to the San Diego State defense. I feel like he cannot take the pressure right now with 9 interceptions. He's kind of just throwing up a prayer at some points. And I feel like if you really watch and see his game, it's impressive, but not at the same time, because he throws does these impressive plays, but at the same time, it's almost half-hearted. It's almost careless. So I feel like I'm going to take San Diego State and almost in a big blowout.
Oh, wow. So looks like you're being our contrarian today. I don't know who will be right on that one, but that's going to be a very fun little late afternoon game. West Coast play late afternoon. Always going to be a joy, which is why I made it our West game of the week. And now I think it's time for the most important game of the week. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care where you are. I think the most important part of any Cougar football fans' week, outside of maybe church, is going to be the Cougar game of the week. And we got Toledo coming in. But how has Washington State been doing so far this season, Charlie?
Absolutely. You could say that this has been a season of up and downs. Looking at the last couple of games, this road trip out to the East Coast, losing both games. They'd come off beating Colorado State. Then they head off to face the Ole Miss Rebels, ranked 4th in the country at the time. Zeviak has great in the first half over the game, 24 for 31, 218 yards, 2 touchdowns, couple mistakes in the game. Washington State had 3 fumbles, managed to recover every single one, but a couple of those really killed those drives. Missed field goal, long field goal, admittedly, by Jake Stevens, 54 yards, can't get it. Ole Miss, really in the second half, remembers who they are, comes back, and ends up winning the game 24-21. Really an unfortunate loss for Washington State. You got to be thinking that game that they really should have won. That then takes them to Virginia the next week, facing off against the number 18 Cavaliers, leading by 10 into the 4th. Virginia scores, cutting the lead down to 3. They tied on a field goal after Eckhouse was picked off, and then Washington State fully finishes off the collapse. Kirby Voorhees gets stuffed in the end zone for essentially a game-losing safety after some kickoff. Shenanigans. They had tonight, this afternoon against.
Well, thank you for that, Charlie. Washington State University, after losses against some very tough teams, you're going to want to try and get a win. And Washington State feels like they can win today, but you got to know your opponent well. I've read my son's win. One of the most important parts of victory, Sun Tzu, is to know who your opponent is. And Jackson, can you tell us who the Toledo Rockets are?
Looking for their 17th straight undefeated season, the Rockets look to take on the Cougars for their first ever meeting in the history of these two schools. After a good season last year with a bowl game win against Pitt to cap it off last year, they've kept what best a word can spell half the time. Consistency. Led by quarterback Tucker Gleason and wide receiver 1 Van Roses, they've led their with a Zebby Eckhouse has Rockets to shy away.
The game against Pitt last year, that was fun. I remember, sitting down with one of my friends over winter break, and we were just kind of at I think it was Shake Shack of all places. And we were just watching that game, and that game went into, I think, triple overtimes, if my memory suits me right. And that was a 48-46 win over an ACC school that was talked about six overtimes, 6 OTs. So we have 6 OTs against an ACC team that almost won their conference as a MAC school. Even if it's winning, that is going to be just a great sort of thing.
Well, then a note about that game: Julian Duggar was playing in that game for Pitt, and now with Washington State.
Well, you know what? Old folks, and I guess that's the motto for Washington State today. But in order to win, we got to know what we need to win, and those going to be in the keys of the game. Our first key of the game is they gotta finish, right, guys? You remember Ole Miss, you remember Virginia. What was the biggest issue?
Couging it. That was a huge issue that we have been dealing with for a long time. And I believe that we can get away from that and we can have a great game against Toledo today and not have that half-hearted finish and fully go to the finish line.
Well, yeah, it comes back to what you were saying about consistency in general. Washington State has been I would say a fairly inconsistent team this year, both in just every game and in games themselves. If they have a lead, or even if they're down going into the fourth quarter, if they can stay consistent, I think that gives them a great chance to win today.
And thinking about kind of how to finish that, Ekos is a really great slinger. He really is good at getting the ball places and getting the ball to deep downfield, which is why, he replaced Potter. He can also run. He can throw on the run. That is something that you like in a quarterback. But what's the problem with the slinger? He can sometimes throw a pick, right? And what did he do in UVA? He threw a pick. Remember the bowl game last year? He probably should have had 6 picks. Thankfully penalties and drop passes stop that from happening. But that is something that he's going to want to focus on if we want to finish this game.
Well, yeah, and without that pick against Virginia, I think Washington State would go on and win that game. That was really the second of those 3 big plays that ended up losing them the game that allowed Virginia to tie it up, which then led to the safety that lost the Cougars the game. Ekos has been very good. I think he's been better than Potter this year, but he has to be real careful of his turnovers.
Yeah, but on the happy side, we like to complain things. You want to have the Cougars get into the red zone? They score. They are 19 reserves. That line to have. They have 12 TDs. That is just phenomenal. And I think that is one of the really good things that you should be hammering in as a head coach. When you look at Jimmy Rogers, he loves to have that sort of focus, that sort of poise, that will get that really builds on what you're good at. And what has Rogers done? He has been able to convert those things. And if we continue that trend today, and if we are able to break out of our own 20, we're able to break out of our own 40, get into the red zone, what's going to happen? We're going to score. We're going to score like nobody has scored before.
Yeah, you almost see a full culture switch with Jimmy Rogers and this entire team. You could see that he almost treats it not as a team, but as a family, which is such a huge, important role that you can play as a coach. And something that's so huge about this 19 for 19 scores, you can show consistency in the weight room and in the practice facility. You can show that they're practicing these exact moments that they want to have. You could show they're practicing these exact situations that they want to be in. If they are 19 for 19 on scores, you got to have something right for the coaching. But you can also look, the record doesn't show that it's doing pretty dang well, but I promise you it is. You look at these last 2 weeks and you look at the strength of schedule these last 2 weeks. Jimmy Rogers has had his hands full, but growing in the future, you could really see this entire red zone team be a red zone team, be a team that you can have a strong O-line that you can very much push the entire agenda of the game just because of this one team aspect of the family.
Yeah. And when you're thinking about other stuff, run plays, that is kind of how you kind of build explosive kind of stuff. Rodgers loves the run. He's been trying to bring a little bit of a culture shift away to a more kind of RPO style offense, kind of similar to what has been really working at Indiana. And to do that, what do you need to do? You need to move the D line, right, guys?
Yeah, and especially against Toledo, very good defensive front, third in overall defense, 13th highest rated run defense. Washington State has struggled with the run a little bit this year, particularly early in the year, but they've looked better and better almost every game. Maybe not every game, but the trend is going upwards for this Washington State run game. And if they can really get that going, that completely opens up the offense and will really allow them to do some stuff that they really hadn't been able to do. Look back at the North Texas game, looking back at the Idaho game, the offense was very flat and one-dimensional because they could not run the ball. If they can get the run game going, it'll look good for the Cougars.
All right. And when you think about Toledo have a pretty offensive front. ESPN metrics, or a third in the country in overall kind of and other metrics. But when you look at, for example, run defense, they are number 13 in limiting rushing yards. Granted, they haven't had that tough of a schedule. Their tough opponents have been Bowling Green. And as much as I love Pudge the Cat, not one of these teams I'm thinking of when I think of, oh my goodness gracious, that's going to be a tough game to play. So Toledo's going to really have to show that what they're winning in the MAC is real, and to do that, they're going to have to really contain Washington State at that opening part of the run. That opening defensive play. If Washington State can get in the secondary, that's where you get those explosive runs out. And I really like what Washington State has been. They just need to keep the improvements and get to that secondary too, right, guys?
This game is really going to fall into Zevi's. I will say that till the very last second of this game. I think this will really just depend on how he can use his legs in this game. To be honest, with our offensive line, if they can push the defense over, then I can really see Zevi Eckhouse having a very good day today.
And outside of that, we got to keep everything in front. Tucker Gleason is coming off a career day against Kent State. Granted, it's a MAC school, but it's still a good thing to have. He had 4 touchdowns, 294 yards, and he didn't even finish the game. So without finishing the game, he had 4 touchdowns. That's really good.
Yeah, the big thing for Washington State's secondary here is you got to avoid the big plays. They all, one of the only schools that doesn't have really any big turnovers defensively. They get a couple fumbles, but in terms of interceptions, really not much going on. But if they can keep everything in front of them, try to maybe shake Gleason up a little bit. If you can really get to them with the linebackers and the defensive line, it makes everybody's job easier in the secondary, and that's going to be really important. But it is really going to be on those corners and those safeties to prevent the big plays and keep Washington State in this game.
Right. When you also look at Toledo, they had 5 different wide receivers have a touchdown catch. When you're looking at, for example, the run game, you're going to want to look out for Chip Pregame, as he has been a solid producer for that team. But when you look at kind of the offense, they're going to be a speedster offense. So we're going to counter that today. But all things considered, what's your prediction?
Again, like I said earlier, this game is really going to depend on I have a shoot. I do have the Washington.
Well, I don't know about that. Coming off 2 really tough losses against fantastic teams, both of them ranked, both on the road. I think Washington State's hungry. I think they want to get back in the win column, and I think they got something to prove. Washington State's going to take this one handily, 35-17.
All right. So it looks like a Washington State and 2 Washington State win predictions. Is that correct?
Yes, in 2 very different ways.
Toledo has great speed. ESPN FBI has them winning, but is that really the case? Is FPI really all that good? When you look at Washington State, they are an improved team. Every week they've been improving. I feel like Washington State University is going to take the victory 34-20. So I predict a 2-touchdown margin. I don't think this game's going to overtime. I don't think Toledo is going to have it in them to beat us. I think Washington State University is going to get the win 34-20. And I think that's my prediction. If you're free to disagree with that one. But yeah, Wazoo gets the good old Wazoo win at home.
So I think there was only one game that we weren't unanimous with our predictions.
Oh, groupthink. This could be a very, very bad thing. Could be the
Absolutely.
commentator's curse.
Hopefully we don't curse the Cougs.
Well, we might need to hire an Etsy witch and follow the Mariners' lead about that.
Perhaps.
Well, who will be right? What will be the final score? I guess that will be ultimately decided here shortly. Well, I've enjoyed myself today. I think everyone else has too. And heading down from the studio over to the other side of Martin Stadium as Dan Eshelman will have the call here today. Well, I'm Dylan Bergman.
I'm Jackson Losey.
I'm Charlie Templeton.
So long for now, and I hope you have a great game day here on the pole.
This is a KUGR sports production,
Good pass down low to Airstrip, and he scores off the glass.
giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics,
He doesn't get it! He stuffs it the line!
football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get him right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
Welcome to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. It's family weekend here at Washington State University, where Cougar football will be taking on the Toledo Rockets. My name is Nathan Eshelman. I'm joined by my partner, Davis Hagen. Now, Davis, with this game today, what do you think could be the key matchup after the Cougars are finally getting a homecoming after being away for so long?
Yeah, I think today's going to be a really good battle between Washington State's offense and Toledo's defense. Cougars have been steadily improving as this season has gone on. Toledo's defense, third overall in the country in total defense. They only give up about 200 yards per game, 140 through the air. This Toledo team cannot be taken lightly. Washington State has played some really good opponents down the stretch of this season. They played a top 4 Ole Miss team, lost by 3 points, then go on the road to Charlottesville, take on Virginia, and lose by 2 with an unfortunate sequence of events late in that game. And so you lose by 5 combined points to 2 top 18 teams in the country. And now you come back home. Last time they were here at Giesa Field, it was 85 degrees and it was Apple Cup weekend. Now it's family weekend in October. Things are kind of chilly. The wind's picking up. The Palouse is getting stormy. But the real storm is going to be this Cougar offense to see if they can get going against this pretty solid Toledo defense.
Toledo has struggled mightily on the road, similar to the Cougars in the past couple weeks. What do you think they have to do to break through this Cougars defense?
Yeah, Toledo's team is really talented, yet they cannot win a game on the road. They're 0-3 so far. They lost to Kentucky week 1. They guess against an SEC school, but still, they were right there in that game. They lost by 8 points to Kentucky, and that was on the road in Lexington. Then they go and play Western Michigan and lose on the road. That's a tough loss for Toledo. If they want to have chances at the championship in the Middle American Athletic Conference, you have to win against Western Michigan. Now the Broncos are 3-0. Toledo's on the outside looking in after losing on the road. And then you go to Bowling Green, your rival. They have a rocket pointed at Bowling Green at Toledo, and you lose to your rival on the road, making them 0-3 when they leave Toledo, Ohio. Now they come to the Palouse, where they've never been before. It's going to be a really tough road environment. It's also just hard to get here. It's hard to get to Pullman, Washington. And so Jason Candle in his 10th year as a head coach, all-time leading in wins at Toledo. He's a really good coach, so he wants his team to be in Pullman as little as possible. They left yesterday. They got here around 5 o'clock, I think, and then they just want to leave right after this game. They don't want to be in Pullman any longer than they have to be, especially being 0-3 on the road. So that serves well for Washington State. They're pretty solid at home, so it's going to be a really good battle between these two teams.
Very nice. Well, with just about 20 minutes to go, we're going to go to break, but don't you go anywhere. We will be right back. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. My name is Nathan Eshelman once again, joined by Davis Hagen. Davis, what are the key elements to this game for each side?
Yeah, this is going to be a really talented matchup between two teams that have not had the year go exactly the way they want to. Really good football teams, even though the records might not be perfect at this point in the year. Washington State 3-4, Toledo 4-3. But for Washington State, the first key to the game, most important thing is to finish. Not only finishing the game, but plays, tackles, blocks, whatever it is, you have to finish. You can't have these late game blunders like they did against Ole Miss. You can't have the late game blunders like you did against Virginia. You have to come out and you have to play really talented football and solid football. You have so much good players on your team. You have to be able to execute down the stretch of this game. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that this year. That's why they sit at 3-4. If they can finish these plays and finish drives, even quarters, and not allow Toledo to hang around in this game, especially late in the game, if you're going to use your timeouts or something, like his head coach, Jimmy Rogers, spoke this week, he took a lot of the blame in that Virginia game. And I think that's totally okay for a coach to do that. But at some point, it falls on the players to execute, and the coaches can only do so much from the sidelines. The next key to the game to me is it has to be the run game for Washington State. Can this offensive line be bulldozers? We're going to get an update from Amelia Davis on the sideline with the potential injuries for Washington State. But right now, Toledo has the 13th best run defense in the country. Kavion Sherman has 51 tackles and 7 tackles for loss at the linebacker spot. If this offensive line can move the defensive tackles and get to the second level and potentially open up some big holes for Kirby Voorhees or Angel Johnson, you're going to see a much better game than you did in the last couple of weeks, especially against those top teams. If you can do it against a Toledo team that has good defense, I think things are going to be very good for Washington State. And last key is keep everything in front. This Toledo offense can be explosive. Junior Vandeross has 556 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns, and he's got 3 games over 100 yards. And Washington State, the biggest concern to me on defense is they have 0 interceptions so far this year. Only 2 teams in the FBS have 0 interceptions, them and Florida Atlantic. And so if they can get some turnovers against Tucker Gleason, who's a gunslinger, he's going to put the ball in some dangerous spots. If they can pick him off a couple times, maybe set up their offense in good field position, I think the Cougars are going to have a really nice day back at Giesa Field.
Well, we are about to send it down to Amelia Davis on the sideline to give us a report on a couple key injuries for the Cougars. Specifically, the injuries could be to the offensive lineman.
Please leave your message for 4-2.
She will be the one to give us the update.
Yes, so Cougar Football Saturday is finally back in Pullman after a long month, and boy, can you tell the fans are ready to be back. I'm Amelia Davis on the sideline, and today we've got some high winds going on down here. It'll be interesting to see how that plays into the start of the game. Despite the glooming weather, they've got a semi-full student section and a full family section for family weekend, all prepared to watch the Cougs take on Toledo. As for an injury support, Christian Hilborn, and it looks like Jalen Caldwell is out today too. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that report, Amelia. with just about 10 minutes to go, we're going to go to break once again, but don't go anywhere. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. Davis, these coaches, they cannot be more different than how their tenures have been. For Toledo, this is going to be the 10th season for head coach Jason Candle, and he is the most veteranized head coach in Toledo's history, getting the most wins in Rockets franchise or program history. And for the Cougars, first-year head coach Jimmy Rogers is taking on a whole new team, whole new thing coming in from FCS. Davis, how can this change how programs are treated and how they play?
Yeah, it's a really fantastic question, especially in this day and age of college football when coaches are getting fired all across the country. I mean, every school you look at, some of these coaches are on the hot seat even after a win. Florida fired their coach after they beat Mississippi State. So you never know if your job is safe or not. And the players, similar thing. You never know if your spot is safe because there could be a player transferring in that's going to be better than you. And so we saw that with guys like Zevi Eckhouse and John Mateer last year that were fighting for a spot, then players transfer in, and then maybe you lose your starting spot. John Mateer transferred out, and now a spot opens up. And the reason that happened is because you lost some coaches. Now, this is different with the head coach. You lose your coordinators, sometimes the players follow them. But Jimmy Rogers brought in 75 new players coming from South Dakota State. Over 12 of them came from South Dakota State. The Jackrabbits are still having a fantastic season, and the Cougars are still trying to figure out what their identity is with all of these new bodies. And that's because you change your head coach, you change your whole program identity, and now Jimmy Rogers has a big task ahead of him. I think he's been doing a good job. I think he could be doing a little bit more, and he knows it too. He's talked about it a lot in these press conferences where he knows he's not exactly getting the best out of this team yet. And I don't think we've seen the best version of the Cougars yet. And we could see that today against Toledo. And again, 75 new players is really hard to overcome. And we see it every week. They're getting a little bit better. Defense is playing better. Offense is trying to find their rhythm. And on the other side for Toledo, you mentioned Jason Candle. He has the most wins at Toledo, and he has built a really sturdy program in the MAC. They didn't lose a single player in their offensive and defensive two deep. That's the starters and the backups from offense and defense. They had a couple players graduate, but they didn't lose anybody in the transfer portal. That shows that the culture that Candle has built at Toledo is built to last, and they're built to compete in the MAC. It's kind of crazy to me that a team can have no transfers out, especially in this day and age where every player is looking to get to the next level, especially at a program like Toledo, which could be a stepping stone to other Midwest programs. But really, he's pulling in players like their center from Purdue. He's getting players to come in and not losing players. I think it's a truly special thing that Jason Candle has built at Toledo.
Very great to see. But with going back to the identity crisis that you were talking about with the Cougars, they've had two different quarterbacks over the season. Zevi Ackhouse is currently their guy. How do you think he compares in the matchup with Tucker Gleason for Toledo?
It's going to be a great quarterback duel. Tucker Gleason coming off a career high with 4 touchdown passes last week against Kent State. Zevi Eckhouse has really found his rhythm with this offense. Jackson Potter started the first couple of games. He wasn't playing bad by any means until he threw those 3 interceptions against North Texas. Then it was time for a change. Zevi comes in, and he really gave a spark to this Washington State offense. And I've been really impressed with the way Zevi has had the confidence and the demeanor every game he goes out there, and he expects to play the best. He thinks he's the best player on the field, and you have to have that confidence as a quarterback. And both quarterbacks wearing number 4, I think it's going to be a really good game, and probably around that many amount of touchdowns if each player can go off today like I think they can.
Another factor in this game is the weather. The wind is blowing like crazy. How does this affect not only the kicking, but also special teams on kickoffs when it goes to kick returns?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting dynamic to see how the wind affects the game, but also how the rain might impact a game. It's supposed to rain probably in the second and third quarter of this game. And so if you want to get your offense moving, you got to get it done before the rain starts coming down. The wind right now is pretty wild. It feels like 40 degrees, and the wind is making it feel a lot colder. The flags are blowing around like crazy, but Toledo, they have some really talented kick returners. You don't really want to kick it to either one of those guys. They've got Bryson Hammer back there, as well as Rudolph, their receiver. And those guys can really be explosive. So if you're Washington State, you want to kick it out of the end zone. But if the wind is blowing against your face, you're not going to be able to kick it out of the end zone. And you might have to give up a return to one of these two really explosive players.
Well, to start this game, the Cougars will be kicking the ball. Cougars will be going to the left, and then the Toledo Rockets will be going to the right. The Cougars will have the wind on their back for this first quarter. We are getting ready for kickoff, just 1 minute away now. It'll be Ryan Harris to be the kicker for the Cougars, and he will get this game started between the Cougars and the Rockets.
And already we see the wind being an impact. Ryan Harris is trying to put it on the tee, and it's blown off a couple times. They're going to have a player try to roll himself out and put his finger on it. They cannot keep this ball on the tee. It's fallen off 4 times now before they finally make a player come over and put his finger on it.
Head referee Referee Matt Pikowski is the one that's trying to help set up the kick. Wind is just an incredible factor right now. It appears to be number 13 for the Cougars holding the ball. That appears to be A.J. Davis, the cornerback.
Yeah, you cannot afford to let Rudolph or Hammer have it. So if Harris is going to be maybe an MVP in this game, if he can get touchbacks, that is going to be the perfect recipe for Washington State. You can't give Toledo any extra field position. I think it's going to be a really good game, and I'm glad to see that the stadium is getting fuller and fuller as it gets closer to kickoff.
Well, we are about to start this game. Here we go. Ryan Harris going to start his kick. The hold is smooth, and it is away, and it will go out of the back of the end zone. The wind carrying it all the way through. It'll be a touchback for the Toledo Rockets. Starting lineups for Toledo is going to be led by number 4, Tucker Gleason, the redshirt senior. At wideouts, you have number 2, senior Junior Vandeross III, star wide receiver there. Number 9, Trayvon Randolph. Number 13, Cooper Rusk at wide receiver. And then going to the tailbacks, it'll be led by Chip Trainum and number 10, Kenji Christian. Toledo will have the ball at the 25 on the right side. Their handoff is to the right, up the middle of the gap. Gets a gain of 4 up to the 29-yard line. Kenji Christian was the one on the carry.
Toledo starting off under center, trying to get Kenji Christian going. Chip Trainum's a really good running back, but Kenji Christian had a great game last week against Kent State with the injury to Trainum. So it's going to be interesting to see if Toledo tries to really be physical in this game.
Gleason is now in shotgun, man in motion. Gleason now making an audible and an adjustment, looking at the Cougars defense. Gleason takes a snap. It'll be a handoff once again to Kenji Christian, and it's going to be wrapped up only after a gain of 1. Great tackle made on the play there by the Cougar defense. Number 98 with the tackle on the play.
Already a big third down for this defense. They've been banged up with tons of injuries. Ram Stevenson was questionable coming into this game. They've already lost 2 players, one of them for the year, and Max Balloon. Can they get pressure on this third down?
3rd down and 5 from the 30-yard line. Gleason in shotgun once again. 3 wide receivers now out to his right. A switch is being made, another audible and another adjustment from Gleason. He takes a snap. He looks right. Gleason fading away, trying to find a wide receiver on the sideline. It is underthrown, and it is incomplete. Great coverage on the play by the Cougars. And it'll bring up 4th down and 5.
Good pressure put on by Washington State. They brought a strong side outside linebacker blitz with Caleb Franzel, who is a little bit undersized, 6'1", 190 pounds. But the 5th-year senior got in the face of Gleason and forced him to just chuck it up.
Emilio Duran will be the one to punt for the Rockets at the 30-yard line. It's a clean snap, clean hold, and the punt is away. It's low and it's short. It's going to take a Cougars bounce at the 37-yard line, and the Cougars will take their first possession of the game. Only a minute 30 into the clock, 13:29 left in this first quarter. And we will go to break, but don't you go anywhere. Cougars will get the ball at their own 36-yard line. You are listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Back from break already. Zevi Ackhouse is leading this Cougar charge at quarterback position. They're at their own 36-yard line, 1st and 10. Meredith in motion for the Cougars. It is going to be a handoff to Kirby Voorhees, trying to get up the gut, and it's a tackle only after a gain of 2. Good tackle there on the play by number 93 of the Rockets. That was Malachi Davis for the Rockets. They make the tackle. 2nd and 8 coming up now from the 38-yard line for the Cougars.
I mean, you were asking in the pregame if the starting running back was going to be Johnson or Voorhees. They elect to go with Voorhees, who's had a sensational stretch. They didn't start out great this year, but they've had a really good last couple of games.
Pistol formation for the Cougars now. Zevi Ackhouse will do a play action. He's going to roll out to his right. There's a man open, and he is not going to bring it in. Adamola Ballet could not bring in the catch, and it is going to bring up a long 3rd down and 8 for the Cougars.
Well, a really quick play to already bring up 3rd down. They tried to get Filet in the middle of the field, and he dropped it. The 6'7" tight end from Michigan State couldn't hold on to it. So really 2 plays that just only take up about 10 seconds. Now it's all of a sudden 3rd and long.
Cougars now forced into a long 3rd and 8 from their own 37-yard line. Zevi Ackhouse with 2 tight ends on his left, extra blocking. There could be pressure from the Rockets. Eckhouse takes a snap. He's looking to his right. He's going to loft it deep. Down the field, there's inaccurate pass, and it is incomplete. He was targeting Meredith, being guarded on the play by Avery Smith of the Toledo Rockets. It'll bring up 4th down and 8 from their own 37. 2 3-and-outs from both offenses.
And now here's the big question. Can you punt it away from Bryson Hammer? He was one of those guys that could be a good kick returner. He's also a really good punt returner. He was 2nd team All-MAC in punt returns last year. We'll see what the Cougars elect to do.
Ryan Harris will be the one to punt away for the Cougars. He gets it away. It is a high arcing punt, spinning end over end. Some contact to the returner, and there is a flag on the field for that. Cougars just got to him a little early, and the ball just did not rise enough. It was down at the 18-yard line, so we'll see where they mark it from there.
Yeah, an unfortunate play for Washington State, contacting the return man, and instead of having the ball backing them up a little bit with Toledo trying to go really far down the field with almost 80 yards, they're going to give them a little extra field position. And those are the kind of plays you hate to see if you're Jimmy Rogers. Those are the easy mistakes you can avoid. You don't need to run into the guy as you're trying to force the bobble on the fair catch. Once he calls fair catch, you got to get away from him. You cannot afford to contact into him.
Penalty discipline is a heavy factor in this game because Toledo and the Cougars, both pretty good teams at not getting too many penalties to lose them games. But we'll see what Toledo does from their own 39-yard line is where they place the ball. 12 minutes and 33 seconds left in the first quarter. Tucker Gleason will now be under center. It appears to be Chip Trainum in the backfield. Heavy running set, and it'll be a run to the right side. Tries to break through, spins off of a man, but it is brought down after a gain of 3. Apologies, that was Kenji Christian on the play, number 10. And that was a gain of 3, bringing up 2nd down and 7. Tucker Gleason will be in the shotgun formation again. 2nd and 7 now. Gleason takes a snap. It is a play action. Quick pass now to his left. It is wrapped up very quickly. Still gets a modest gain of about 4, bringing up 3rd down and 3.
So far, good job by the Washington State defense, keeping everything in front like we talked about in the open. I think they're going to have to be able to get more pressure on Gleason. These last couple of plays earlier in the first drive, he was pressured and had a misfire. That one, he had no pressure in his face, and he got a clean delivery. You have to pressure him. He's a really experienced player. He's a senior that's been here all 4 years of his career, transferred from Georgia Tech, but didn't have any playing time at Georgia Tech. So he's been here at Toledo for a long time. He knows the system. You got to get pressure to fluster him.
Gleason now on this 3rd down and 3 set. Another shift in the formation. Gleason now will do a rollout to his right, trying to find a man open. He's going to find number 11 over the middle, and it's caught. Big hit on the play, but it'll result in a 1st down for the Toledo Rockets. That was number 11 on the play for the Toledo Rockets.
By number 11, Ryder Trentway.
Ryder Trentway was the one who caught it for the 1st down.
Yeah, you talk about that big hit from Parker McKenna. He knocked a Virginia Cavalier player's helmet off last week. He can deliver some big blows from this linebacker crew that has been dinged up with some injuries, but Polano, Franzel, and McKenna, the top 3 leading tacklers, all at linebacker, all out there today.
Gleason will now be in Washington State territory at the 49-yard line. It takes a snap on a play action, and there was an open man, but he's just missed, incomplete at the 30-yard line, bringing up a 2nd down and 10. There was a big shot play over the middle, just a little underthrown there by Gleason.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any tip at the line from the Washington State defense. If there was, it was a great play. If not, they got lucky that Gleason misfired because Junior Vandeross is quick, and he probably would have scored.
Now it is 2nd down and 10. Once again, Gleason will be in the shotgun set. Multiple switches have been given out by the sideline over to Gleason, trying to get past this Cougars defense. He takes the snap, and Gleason hands it off over the middle. It's another great run stop by the Cougars defense. Only a gain of about 1, and it'll make it 3rd down and 9. Very long play now for the Rockets to try to get a 1st down.
Now Washington State brings in their pass rushers. They bring Bryson Lamb and Buda Paletti into the game. 2 guys that can generate pressure. Still haven't seen Ram Stevenson. Probably at this point not going to play if he's not out there yet. And Mike Sancho also not available throughout this first quarter so far.
Gleason once again in shotgun set. Man in motion is number 9, Trayvon Rudolph. Gleason takes a snap. He's looking left. Now over the middle. Tries to fire it. Finds him over the middle, but it's not going to be at the sticks. Stopped on the play. Only a gain of 3, and it is now going to be 4th down and 5 at the 45-yard line of the Cougars. There is an injury on the field. Trayvon Rudolph was the one who caught it over the middle, tackled down hard, and he is still down on the field. With that injury, we will go to break. Don't go anywhere, though. 4th down coming up for the Rockets. Welcome back to KUGR. Trayvon Rudolph, the wide receiver for the Toledo Rockets, was helped off the field. He's on the sideline being checked up on. Good to see that he's okay, though. Now, looking at these two defenses, they've been very tight, very strict, especially on the run. Cougars not letting any lanes open up, and if they are, they're closing on it quickly.
Yeah, the linebackers have played great so far. Parker McKenna leads the team in tackles, coming in with 50. He's already got a couple in this game so far, and they're flying. They take those last couple of losses to heart, it feels like. They were fired up in press conferences this week. They fired up on the field so far. Offensively, that 3-and-out wasn't kind of an underwhelming start. Just need to be able to get first downs, especially against Toledo's defense that can lock you up if you let them into this game early. If you can get some big splash plays, that would be a way to loosen up that defense.
Strong safety for the Cougs, Kale Reeder, was on a play, and it looks like the Cougars are doing an aggressive defensive style, heavily aggressive with a safety blitz to stop the run. But now it is 4th down and 5 with 9 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Toledo will be punting it away. Almost blocked, but it is going to get away. Short kick, fair caught at the 11-yard line, and that is where the Cougars will take over possession. Cougars probably need to find a way to get some long, deep connections. Eckhouse just unable to connect on the medium pass, and then the deep pass to Meredith on the right side of the field would have been a big shot, would have been a big connection to get Cougars some momentum early in this game.
Yeah, last week Kent State started the game with a 75-yard touchdown pass against this Toledo team. The Golden Flashes got up 10-0 against the Rockets and then ended up getting 45 in a row scored by Toledo. But if Washington State can't get off to a hot start like that and allows Toledo to hang around in this game, their defense, like a boa constrictor almost, kind of sinks its teeth and it gets wrapped around your neck as you get further in this game. You don't have as much room to work with if you let this defense really feel good about themselves. If you can start to break things up a little bit and get those deep shots like that pass to Meredith, if you can catch that, now all of a sudden you're off to a really hot start and the offense has less pressure on it.
What do you think the Cougars should do right here on offense in this specific drive? Do you think they should try to do some more play action, or do you think they should try to get the run game officially moving through these Rockets? I mean, the pressure's there, but do you think they can find a way to break through?
I think the run game is probably the most important thing to get going for offensive plays for Washington State. If you can run the football, you can throw the football. If you can run it and open up the passing lanes to throw it, especially on those play actions, I think you have to be able to run the football. I know the offensive line is banged up, and it's going to be tough to get holes against this talented defense for Toledo. But if you can run the football, everything becomes easier, especially with a guy like Kirby Voorhees that is as explosive as he is. Giving him the ball and giving him some lanes to work will be the key to success for this Washington State offense as they move forward in this game.
Well, we will go to break for about a commercial minute timeout for about 1 minute, but don't go anywhere. Cougars will have offense at the 11-yard line. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to KUGR, Student Voice of the Blues. Welcome back to KUGR. Once again, I am Nathan Eshelman, joined by my partner here, Davis Hagen. Cougars will take the ball from the own 11-yard line on the right side of the field. Sevi Eckhouse looking to lead this Cougars charge. Eckhouse in shotgun formation, 2 wide receivers on his left. Meredith in motion now into the slot position. It is going to be a run play, though, to Kirby Voorhees. Kirby trying to push forward, but Toledo Rocketeers, amazing defense, getting in the backfield, getting a loss on the play. 2nd and 11 coming up. Big stop on the play by Malachi Davis of the Rockets to get in the backfield.
Malachi Davis, probably their best defensive lineman Martez Pointer was in there as well. That play had no chance for Washington State. It got stacked up immediately. Voorhees just running into the back of his own offensive lineman after the offensive lineman got pushed back.
Cougars looking up to switch up their defense now, going 5 wide in a set. Meredith will be in motion from right to Eckhouse's left. Eckhouse and the second 11 will take the snap. It's going to be a screenplay to Meredith, and it's blown up once again. The Toledo Rockets, another big loss on the play. That one about losing 4 or 3 yards, and it's going to bring up a very long third down for the Cougars. Not what you want to see if you're Jimmy Rogers in this Cougars offense.
Yeah, when you run a screen pass and the defensive end, Luce Julian, gets out and tackles your wide receiver, that means that the defense is flying around. They're feeling good about themselves because they know exactly what's coming, and that play didn't have a chance as well.
Eckhouse will now be backed up. He's taking the snap from his own 2-yard line in the shotgun set. Third down and 15 coming up. Eckhouse trying to find a man. He's going to pump fake it over the middle. He's going to go down. Sacked on the play. Once again, Malachi Davis of the Rockets. Just the man the Rockets want to see, getting better and better each week. Eckhouse goes down, and that'll bring up a very long 4th down and a punt from their own end zone for the Cougars. This has potential for Rocket points.
That's flashbacks to last week against Virginia, where Washington State got tackled in their own end zone. Zevi Eckhouse barely gets out. They mark him at the 2, but that is a disastrous drive. They go backwards in every single play.
Harris will be the one to punt for the Cougars. He tries to get it deep as he can. It's going to be collected at the 46-yard line. He gets away. Number 12 finds multiple moves to get past a bunch of Cougar defenders, but he will go down at the 48-yard line. That was a great return by Bryson Hammer, making a couple men miss, but he does eventually get brought down at Toledo's 48. They will only have 2 yards to go to get back in Cougar territory.
Yeah, that's why you can't kick it to Bryson Hammer. We talked about it already. He's explosive and elusive, hard to bring down. Washington State did have good lane integrity to not let him get through any more than a couple missed tackles. But again, that's one of those plays that could be very dangerous down the stretch of the game if they let it happen again.
Tucker Gleason will take back over on the offense for the Rockets. He takes the snap at the 48-yard line. It's a handoff to the left. It is Kenji Christian once again. And another short gain, only a gain of 1 yard for the Rockets. This Cougars run defense is not letting anything break through. That appeared to be number 8, the cornerback, Kenny Worthy III, making the big tackle. 2nd and 9 coming up for Gleason. There is going to be a stoppage on the play. Before the snap, there appeared to be early movement. Let's see who the refs decided on. It is going to be a false start on the Rockets. It appeared to be their left tackle, number 62, or apologies, number 65, Stephen Gales.
Yeah, that one kind of gets put on Gales, the left tackle, but really it seemed like it was everybody but the center. There were multiple people in motion. Even Gleason was ready for it, and the ball just didn't get snapped in time.
Well, with that penalty, backs them up to a 2nd and 14. Gleason will now take the ball. Snap will be from the 45-yard line. Gleason making multiple adjustments once again. Worthy playing tight defense in a press up on the right side. Gleason takes the snap. It'll be looking that way. It's over the middle. It's going to find a man, open space to move, but tackled down at the 45-yard line. That was number 10 on the catch. Kenji Christian over the middle. Big tackle, getting in the air, airborne tackle, but it'll bring up a 3rd down and 4 at the Cougars 45 now.
That was a good tackle by Colby Humphrey. He got his hands up just in time as Christian tried to jump over him. He got upended, and now it's another big 3rd down. Can the Cougars get another stop?
Gleason from a pistol formation will try to find a way to push it forward. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Cougars defense is back there. A push is happening from the offensive line, and they will get the 1st down. Toledo Rocketeers get the 1st down up to the 41-yard line. That was a big run on the play there. It appeared to be Connor Wallensack on the play, trying to push forward with his power and strength, and it'll be a 1st down for Toledo. Gleason now will take the snap in a shotgun set from the 41-yard line. Man in motion now to his left. It is going to be a snap and another handoff. This time, Cougars get in the backfield. No gain on the play. Stuffed in the backfield by number 24 for the Cougars. And then another big stop, bringing up 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, Buda Paletti also in on the tackle. He was the defensive end, got first initial pressure, and then Schlimgen comes in and delivers the blow. Washington State's defense trying to bend and not break against this Toledo offense that is very versatile.
Gleason is going to take the snap now. He's going to be actually handling the ball from about the 46-yard line, trying to find movement. 3 men on his right side. Sun breaking out on Martin Stadium. Gleason takes the snap. There's some pressure from his right, but he evades it, makes a good throw to this right side to number 5, and it's going to be coming up to a 2nd down and 2. Or 3rd down and 2, apologies. That was Terrell Crosby Jr., the junior, and he's taken out of bounds at the 33-yard line. 3rd down and 2 coming up now.
Yeah, missed sack that time by Caleb Franzel, brought pressure off the edge, and he got juked out by Tucker Gleason. The veteran quarterback knew the pressure was coming and stepped away.
Gleason in a pistol set, looking to maybe run it or play action. Gleason is going to do a play action, finds his man open on the right, but he drops it. Number 81 could not haul it in. Eric Hawley, the 3rd, the senior wide receiver, could not bring it in. Offense is staying on the field at the moment. 4th down and 2 at the 33-yard line.
What a lucky break for Washington State. Humphrey probably could have tackled him, but it would have been a 1st down for Toledo. Instead, now it's 4th down and 2 at the 33. And here's another chance for the Cougar defense to make a stand.
The crowd is getting into it on Family Weekend. Gleason in the shotgun formation. 2 men moving in motion to his left. There's early movement, and the refs will blow it dead. Let's see who they call it on. There's discussion happening from the referees. Matt Pekowski with the call. It is going to be against the Toledo Rockets, backing them up 5 yards, and that will bring on the punting unit. The wind is a factor today. Maybe they're going to go for it due to the wind being in their face.
Yeah, you probably can't kick from there. That's a long field goal, and the wind coming really hard into your face. It's probably upwards of 20 miles per hour down on the field.
Amelia Duran will be the one to punt once again for the Rockets. Big stop, that drive from the Cougars. Duran will be the one to punt. Gets it from almost blocked. Low kick once again. Going to be caught by Freeman at the 11-yard line. A tackle is there, but there's no call on the field. Fans unhappy with the hit, but no football move or fair catch was made. Therefore, it is going to bring up a Cougar possession once again from their 11-yard line. We're going to go to break. Don't go anywhere, though. Cougars will get possession with Zeviak House looking to make an offensive drive. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Radio. Cougars offense looking to make some type of move down the field. Both defenses have stymied each other's offenses. What does Zevi Eckhouse have to do to break through this Rockets defense? Last drive, just disastrous, almost resulting in 2 points for the Rockets.
Yeah, the first things first, get positive yards. You can't keep backing up and expecting to make plays down the field when you're backed up on 3rd and 19 from your own 2-yard line. There's really nothing you could do about it. And you almost have to sacrifice that first drive if you even take a sack. So there's drive-killing penalties, and there's also drive-killing plays like taking a sack or getting tackled for loss by about 5 or 6 yards.
Well, Eckhouse and the Cougars offense is on the field now. Once again at their own 11 for the second drive in a row. Punting has been a trouble for the Rockets. Still not giving great field position to the Cougars, though. Angel Johnson now coming into the game for the Cougars. He will be the running back. Eckhouse in pistol formation. It's going to be snapped, and it's going to be another great tackle behind the line of scrimmage for the Rockets. Loss, no gain on the play. Angel Johnson trying to push forward, unable to get anything, though, and it's going to bring up 2nd down and 10 for the Cougars.
The second key to the game that we were talking about earlier in the broadcast was that Washington State has to be able to run the football and move this defensive line. Right now, that is not happening, and they're getting stuffed on every running play.
Cougars being the ones who are moved. Now, anyway, Eckhouse once again in shotgun set. Johnson still in the backfield. Man in motion onto his right side. It's going to be a keeper for Zevi Eckhouse trying to follow a block to his left. It's moving the pile, and it's a good, modest gain for the Cougars. And Zevi Eckhouse taking it himself, getting a gain of about 6 yards, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 4.
I really like that call by Danny Freund and this Washington State offense, getting your quarterback involved and letting Zevi kind of run it and get into this game. Right now, he hasn't really completed many things. The one pass that was probably the most accurate was to Fillet, and he dropped it. So right now, probably Eckhouse not in the right mindset. You get him running and you get him contacted, and now he should be ready to go.
Voorhees back on the field for the Cougars. Eckhouse with 3 wide receivers on his left. Once again in the shotgun set. Now Freeman is on motion to his right. Eckhouse takes a snap, looking straight away to number 23. That is going to be caught by the Cougars, and it's going to be their first down of the game. Number 23, Trey Lechner, the tight end on the play, moving forward to the 24-yard line. 1st down for the Cougars with 2 minutes left to go in this quarter.
Good catch by Trey Lechner, and that's what we're talking about. Now you get Eckhouse comfortable, you pick up your first down, and you kind of break through this defense that has had their jaws on you all game.
Eckhouse will be in a pistol formation. 3 wide receivers on his right. Now 4 on his right. Leo Pulasi is now in the backfield. Eckhouse takes a snap. It is going to be another QB keeper. This time Toledo gets through it. Number 8, Martez Porter, just ripping through the offensive line of the Cougars and brings up only a gain of 1. Not a loss on the play, but not the momentum that the Cougars are wanting on this drive.
That is a big man taking down Zevi Eckhouse, 6'4", 290, 5th-year senior, and Eckhouse had no chance to get away from that tackle.
Eckhouse on 2nd and 9. Once again, Puolasi will be in the backfield. Heavy tight end set to his right. Toledo stacking the box with about 5 men on the line. Noga is on motion for the Cougars. Eckhouse will take a snap. He's looking to his right, now over the middle. Pressure is not there. There is a flag on the play. Eckhouse will keep it himself, trying to find move. He got some room down the field, and he got the 1st down himself, but there is a flag in the backfield. This one could be coming back for the Cougars. Holding on the offense, number 71, Ashton Tripp, just getting a little bit too much contact on the Toledo Rocketeers. And it'll bring up a long 2nd down. Just when the Cougars thought they had another 1st down, it's brought right back.
Yeah, those are the plays you can't have for Washington State. Just like that play earlier in the game where you run into the punt returner. Now you get a holding call. You're backed up, 2nd down and 19 on your own 15-yard line. Drive-killing plays.
Cougars once again in now a 5-wide set, maybe looking to push the ball a little deep down the field. 3 wide receivers to the left of Eckhouse. He takes the snap. He's actually going to take it himself right up the middle. There's no linebackers there, and it's going to be a hard hit. But Eckhouse with a great run on 2nd down and long, and it's going to be up to the 31-yard line for the Cougars. Coming up to the end of this quarter, though, let's see if the Cougars run another play. Still 0-0 in this ball game. Cougars will line up. Let's see if they take the snap. Shotgun set for the Cougars. There's some movement. This could be a free play for the Cougars, but they blow it dead with 1 second on the clock. Let's see who the refs call it on. It is going to be offsides on the Rockets. That is a free first down for the Cougars. Smart clock management there. And with just 1 second left on the clock, Cougars get a free first down. The discipline for the Rockets just was not there on that play, playing a little bit too aggressive, and the hard count for Eckhouse got to them.
Fortunate play, though, for Washington State. You were backed up at your own 15. Now you got a first down, and end of the first quarter, you feel decent about it. You didn't get any points, but you're not down. It's been a good back-and-forth battle.
There will be no play, though. The end of the first quarter happens. It is still 0-0. Very defensive game. We're going to send it down to Amelia Davis on the sideline for her report.
Yes, what a first quarter final play. The stadium has filled out nicely, as you can hear. The disappointed cheers of the fans as every single Coug play has been stalled by the Toledo defense. We'll be hoping for a better second quarter. The wind has died down just a tad, but it'll keep, it's supposed to continue the entire game, so we'll see how that plays in for the rest of the second quarter. That's all I have for now. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Amelia. And with that, we will go to break as well. Don't go anywhere. Second quarter just about to start. Cougars have the ball at the 36-yard line. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Blues. Welcome back to KUGR. Once again, my name is Nathan Eshelman. I'm joined by Davis Hagen. And Davis, 0 points scored for either side in that first quarter. What do each offenses need to do to get forward in this game?
Yeah, for Washington State, it starts with the offensive line. They haven't really had great protection. Eckhouse got sacked in this game already. They've had a holding call on them. They have to be able to open up running lanes as well. So right now, this offense is not having a great first quarter. Second quarter is a whole new experience. This is a fresh slate. You start again. You start with the ball on your 36-yard line. And right now, Eckhouse 2 of 4, for 4 yards. That's not a pretty stat line. He's got to get that number increased. And on the other side for Toledo, they've actually played pretty effectively on the offensive side, but you got to be able to catch the ball. Eric Hawley dropped that ball. They have the illegal procedure or false start penalty on them. They go back 5 yards and they have to punt it away. This Toledo offense has played better than Washington State so far, but both defenses have actually been really impressive so far. Not as much of a bad offensive first quarter as a defensive showing in the first quarter.
Eckhouse did have some major runs there to get the ball moving down the field, and that's how they got those first downs. Cougars now going to the right side of the field, have the ball at their own 36. Eckhouse in a pistol formation, man in motion. It'll be a handoff to his left. Angel Johnson tries to find a gap up the left, only gets a modest gain for a 1, brought down on the field by appears to be number 49 of the Toledo Rockets, Diapolina, or Chris Diapolina.
Number 49, Chris Diapolina.
Yes, you start off with the run to Angel Johnson. He doesn't really have much. He's only averaging around 2 yards a carry so far this year. He was expected to be this explosive running back, has yet to break out so far for Washington State.
Eckhouse once again in the pistol formation from their own 37-yard line. He's gonna do a flea flicker. It was handed off to Polasi. Deep shot to Josh Meredith, and it's caught down to the Toledo 22-yard line. Meredith says, "You can't see me." First down for the Cougars up to the 23-yard line. Just the big shot Eckhouse needed to get this Cougars offense moving. Flea flicker to Polasi, tricks the Rockets defense. Big first down.
A 40-yard pass from Zevi Eckhouse on the trick play. Washington State gets the lightning bolt to the arm that they needed. Not just a jolt. That was humongous from Zevi Eckhouse. A great play call. And now they have it set up near the red zone. Can they cash in against this Toledo defense?
There's a stoppage of time on the field. Appears to be a timeout from the Cougars. Big play there, big momentum. But, I mean, that is just what they need to get into the red zone and get into scoring position. Wind is in their face, though, so they cannot stop for any long field goals.
Yeah, Washington State does have a really efficient red zone offense. They're 19 of 19 this year with 12 touchdowns in the red zone. If they can get into the red zone, they've been effective.
Well, with this Cougars timeout, we will also go to break. Don't go anywhere, though. Cougars in scoring position at the 24-yard line. You're listening to KUGR, student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. Davis, the Cougars offense has been struggling to do anything of their normal game plan variety, so they had to pull it out their bag of tricks, doing a big flea flicker down the field. Why did they have to do that?
Yeah, with this offensive line so far struggling against this really talented Toledo defensive line. Luce Julian's been wild so far, and Malachi Davis, the defensive end, has been disrupting everything. This offensive line continues to get beat. As you talked about at the break, they're running some of these wham plays with tight ends coming around and the offensive line pulling, and they're getting blown up. There's no running lanes on the edge. There's no running lanes in the middle with this shuffled offensive line. So you have to resort to the trick play, and you get the 40-yard splash play. Now maybe your offense can kind of come to life and keep this defense on their heels instead of on their front foot coming downhill. They have all the confidence in the world. If they can stop the run, you can stop everything. But as soon as you get beat over the top, now they have to settle back down a little bit, and you get some open lanes.
This heavy, aggressive Toledo defense kind of just bit them right there with that big shot. But Eckhouse has the ball at the 23-yard line of Toledo in almost the red zone opportunity. Cougars hand it off to the right side. Puolasi makes a couple men miss, and he gets up the gap. Good run from Puolasi. It looked like he was going to be stopped in the backfield, but a couple of different moves to break around defenders gets it up to the 17-yard line. Gain of 6 on the play.
Great run from Puolasi, able to break tackles and get him into the red zone. It's second and medium, so if you can pick up a first down, now you really start to feel confident in your offense to get a touchdown and come away with 6 instead of just 3.
Eckhouse will be in the gun. Puolasi still in after that great run. The Toledo Rockets still playing press defense, trying to shove anything in the face of the Cougars. It is going to be a rollout kind of to the right. It's stuffed and written up by the Rockets, but Eckhouse able to spin around a defender, not brought down in the backfield, throws it away. That was almost a disastrous play for the Cougars. Rockets playing very disciplined, staying in their spots, and almost a disastrous loss of about 10 yards in the play turns into just a loss of 0.
A good job by Zevi Eckhouse to keep his feet about him. He got wrapped up and thrown around, but he was able to chuck that one away and avoided intentional grounding as well. So a great play by Eckhouse, but now it's third and medium. You got to convert this.
3rd down and 4 at the 17-yard line, trying to push forward into the end zone. Cougars with Puolasi in the backfield. It's going to be a fake handoff play action, finding Lechner on the right side. He makes him in. Fall over, big play, big truck, big man. Trey Lechner moving into the goal line area. But at the 7-yard line, first down for the Cougars. They're going to do a little bit of a tempo offense, getting quickly set to the line. Puolasi in the backfield. Eckhouse from a pistol set. It's going to be a fake handoff. Eckhouse is going to keep it to the left. He's faking a throw. Eckhouse in the goal line. Touchdown, Cougars. Zevi Eckhouse. Great design, read option, run play for Eckhouse. I think he could have given that to Puolasi. Chose to keep it to himself. Almost looked like he was going to get caught, but he just used his speed to get around the edge and push forward past the goal line. First points of this game come from Zevi Eckhouse. Touchdown Cougars. Extra point is away from Stevens, and it is up and good. Cougars with the lead 7-0 with 12:07 left in the second quarter. Big drive, big plays from Zevi Eckhouse right there. And with that, we will go to break. Don't go anywhere, though. Toledo will get the ball back. You are listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Radio. Davis, that was a spectacular drive from the Cougars, trying to switch it up against these Toledo Rockets, and it worked. What really happened that drive?
That was just a willpower drive from Zevi Eckhouse. Takes it upon himself to go get a touchdown and ends up scoring. He did a great job on that third down to avoid getting sacked, and then he goes in and scores. And now the Cougars up 7-0 over Toledo's defense. That has been really good this year. They're third best in the country. And Washington State off to a good start. Washington State's defense is also playing a great game so far. So the fact that they can get offensive production, now they can roll that into multiple stops and multiple touchdown drives and separate themselves against the Rockets.
Great drive by the Cougars, and now they will be kicking it off. Ryan Harris will have to kick it into the wind, which means that the Toledo Rockets can have an opportunity to return it. Bryson Hammer, along with Trayvon Rudolph, the great returners, they will catch it at the 6-yard line. A little bit of a stoppage there, not trying to figure out where they're going, but the Cougars coverage team gets their number 34 with amazing tackling, wrapping him up, stopping him short. That is Brody Miller, the safety. Great play there, and Toledo will have to start from their own 12-yard line after not a great return. A little bit of a switch up from what we thought in the pregame.
Yeah, special teams making special plays and forcing Toledo to now drive the length of the field instead of having good field position. And a great job by the special teams unit to help set up this defense.
Tucker Gleason in these Rockets will look to answer to that Eckhouse score. Gleason will start with the pass immediately, and he finds his running back over the middle, breaks a tackle up on the left side. That's number 10 once again, Kenji Christian. Big broken tackle and results in a gain of 31 on the play, tackled at their own 43. A little bit of a dump pass, but he spins off a defender and gets all the way up to the 43-yard line with 1:42 left on the clock, down 7. Gleason will be snapping it once again from the shotgun set. A little bit of a switch up being made again.
First and 10 from 33.
Shotgun side. Gleason will take the snap. It's going to be a handoff this time, and he's going to run up about 4 yards on the play. Once again, Kenji Christian on the play, just shoving it down the throats of the Cougars with Kenji Christian to see if he can break through and make some big plays similar to the Cougars have. 7-0 is the score with 11 minutes left on the clock. Tucker Gleason will try to answer from their own 46-yard line. 2nd down and 6. Gleason takes a snap. There's a cornerback blitz coming from the left, but he throws straight into it, and it's going to be a completion. First down for the Rockets. That was number 2, Junior Vanderross. That's their big play threat right there, pushing it forward for a gain of 7 up to the 47. First down for the Rockets. Gleason now in the shotgun set. 5 wide. Gleason looking to his right. He's going to throw it. Once again, it finds Kenji Christian on the right side. Soft coverage from the Cougars. Pushed out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Gain of 6, bringing up 2nd down and 4 with 10 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
This Toledo offense has so many different weapons they can hurt you with. Kenji Christian has really stepped into his own after the injury to Chip Trainum, and Junior Vanderross on the outside, also a really dangerous threat. So Washington State's got to keep their head on a swivel, and they can't just get complacent trying to stop the run, because then Toledo's going to beat you over the top with the pass.
Gleason looking over at his sideline, multiple adjustments being made. Cougars trying to send a couple different blitzes to confuse Gleason, but they're reading through it pretty well so far on this drive. Gleason, another blitz coming, heavy pressure. It's going to get to him this time, underthrown. No sack on the play, but that pressure definitely changed the way that pass was thrown.
Yeah, good pressure from Washington State getting home to Tucker Gleason. Doesn't get the sack, but they do prevent the completion to Junior Vanderross, who was open. It looked like Bryson Lamb might have got a finger on it at the line of scrimmage, but either way, it brings up a good 3rd down for Washington State's defense.
3rd down and 4 from the 40-yard line of the Cougs. Rockets trying to get a way to match the score that the Cougars just put up, 7-0, 9:46 on the clock. Gleason in the shotgun set, man in motion, now getting to his right side. Crowd getting into it. Gleason takes a snap, looking to his right at the numbers, and it is incomplete, overthrown. Wide receiver wanted some contact there. That was number 11, Ryder Treadwide, and it is not going to be complete. 4th down and 4 coming up from the 40-yard line with the win on their back. Let's see what the Rockets decide to do if they're bringing out either their kicker or their punter.
Looks like they're going to bring the punt unit out. And another great stop by the Washington State defense. Malachi Rice, who has not had a lot of playing time this year, the defensive end brought the pressure, made contact with Gleason, and did a good job not to rough the passer, but affect the pass just enough to make the incompletion.
Amelia Duran will be the one to punt once again for the Rockets. This time he gets a good hang on that one, but at the bad time, it's going through the back of the end zone, and it's going to be a touchback for the Cougars. They will get the ball at the 20-yard line. And with that, we will go to break. Don't go anywhere. Cougars coming right back, trying to add on to another score. You're listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR Radio. I mean, with an exciting game so far, Cougar's going to get the ball back, but the weather is changing, and that could be a factor. We're going to send it down to our sideline reporter, Amelia Davis, to see if she has any updates on the game, because, I mean, weather can really change the way that the game is played, and if it is too hard and too bad, the run game for the Cougars cannot get started. Same goes for Toledo.
Yeah, if you can't run the ball, it's tough to throw the ball. And if there's rain coming down, it's definitely going to impact the rest of this game as we're trying to connect with Amelia down on the sideline.
We're having some technical difficulties. Oh, we are heading down to Amelia Davis now.
7.
Apologies. Well, we'll try again in a little bit. Right now, we're having some technical difficulties getting it down to Amelia. Cougars will start with the ball at their 20-yard line. 7-0 ball game with 9 minutes and 33 seconds in the second quarter still. Zevi Eckhouse trying to find more of what he had in that last drive, moving the ball down the field with efficiency, some big shot plays, and just him powering through this Rockets defense. From the pistol formation, Eckhouse will take the snap. It is going to be handed off to Kirby Voorhees. Does a good bounce cut up the middle. Big gap on the play, led by Voorhees. And it's going to be a gain of 8 on the play, getting up to the 28. Second down and 2 coming up, 7-0 ball game. 9 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Cougars now trying to figure out if their run game can be as efficient as that play right there.
If Voorhees can get about 8 yards a carry, that's going to be fantastic down the stretch of this game.
Puolasi is now in the backfield. It's a shotgun set for the Cougars. 2 tight ends on Eckhouse's right, 2 wide receivers to his left. Eckhouse takes the snap. It's going to be a designed QB run once again, and Eckhouse pushes forward for a gain of 4, which is a Cougars first down. Good designed run to the right, getting past the edge. It appeared to be the Toledo Rockets, number 8, Martez Porter, who had some big run stops earlier in the game on Eckhouse, could not find a way around the double team, and it's a first down for the Cougars. Eckhouse, once again, going to take the snap from the shotgun set. Voorhees back into the game now. From their 32-yard line, Eckhouse with a man in motion takes the snap. He's looking to his left. It's going to be a screen play to Meredith. Meredith finds some room on the left side of the field. Pushed out of bounds at the 36-yard line for a modest gain of 4 yards, bringing up second down and 6. 7-0 with 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Meredith made that big catch on the flea flicker. Now he gets a nice reception for a gain of a couple there. Similar to how you get Zevi Eckhouse into this game by getting a couple rhythm plays. You can do the same thing with a receiver. Get him a couple catches, get him feeling good about himself, and then really start to take off.
Zevi Eckhouse once again in the shotgun set. Voorhees still in the game. It's going to be Noga in motion on behind Eckhouse, and it's going to be a snap. This time handed off to Voorhees, up the middle, pushing forward, using power. Offensive lineman getting out there. It's going to be a first down for the Cougars up to their own 45-yard line. That was a great push on the play by Noah Dunham, who just kept staying with the play. Voorhees also using his power, moving his legs, not going down. First down for the Cougars, trying to add on another score, and they're moving the ball down the field very efficiently right now, both through the run and the pass. Eckhouse in the pistol set. Two wide receivers now to his right. Kirby Voorhees still the back. Noga once again in motion. Eckhouse will take the snap. It's going to be a play action. Pressure getting to Eckhouse, but he's going to throw it deep, trying to find Meredith over the middle. He found him once again in a similar spot, taken down at the 25-yard line. Josh Meredith working down the field on Avery Smith. Best wide receiver versus best defensive back, and the Cougars win the battle. 2 drives in a row on 2 similar deep shots to Josh Meredith.
What another great throw from Zevi Eckhouse. He had either one of his receivers. Noga was wide open. Meredith was deeper down the field. He had a step on Smith, and Eckhouse dropped it in a bucket.
Perfect throw from Zevi Eckhouse. Now a 2-back set. Leo Puolasi and Kirby Voorhees in the backfield. Lechner will be an extra lineman, but it's going to be a fake throw to both of them, trying to find Lechner over the middle. Eckhouse is going to rather keep it himself, moving up to the 10-yard line on a QB scramble. Gain of about 5 yards up to the 10-yard line. Second down and 5 coming up for the Cougars.
Josh Meredith up to 81 yards receiving so far. Eckhouse 2 yards away from 100 yards passing. And in the first quarter, he had 4 yards. Now he's got 98. What a great second quarter for this Washington State offense.
Cougars from the 10-yard line of the Rockets. Great red zone efficiency on the season. Let's see if they can get through once again. Eckhouse from a pistol set, using a hard count, but doesn't get them to jump. Hands off to Kirby Voorhees. Kirby Voorhees runs into Freeman, his own wide receiver, but it's going to be just a yard short of the first down. Third down coming up. Little bit of a jumbled play there for the Cougars. Looks like Kirby had a chance to break through to the end zone, but Tony Freeman gets in the way, and it's going to bring up a massive 3rd down and 2 at the 7-yard line. 7-0 is the scoreboard with 5 minutes now in the second quarter. Eckhouse under gun this time. Man in motion. It's going to be a QB keeper, a little bit of a QB sneak, if you will. And he pushes forward. Let's see where the refs move it. And it's going to be a first down. Once again, Eckhouse using his legs on the ground. This time being pushed by tight end Trey Lechner on the play. First down, Cougars up to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles run the tush push. This time they run the Zevi Eckhouse back push. They just pushed him straight in the back, get him forward, get the first down, and now it's 1st and goal from the 5.
All the momentum in favor of the Cougars right now. Kirby Voorhees will be the back. 2 tight end set for the Cougars. Tony Freeman is in motion. Finds a man. It's taking a snap by Eckhouse, and there's a lot of pressure once again. That was Malachi Davis. We said his name a lot in the first quarter, but a little bit of a broken play there for the Cougars results in luckily just a 2nd and 5. Eckhouse finding a way to just throw it into no man's land, but there was a wide receiver in the area.
Yeah, he had Tony Freeman wide open on the right side of the field with a little return motion action. He got Avery Smith juked out of his shoes. He had 10 yards of space, no one around him, and Eckhouse didn't pull the trigger. Instead, lives to fight another day. It's not a bad decision, but he did have a wide open receiver on the right side.
Eckhouse under gun this time. Josh Meredith, apologies, that is number 21 in motion. Eckhouse will take the snap. He's going to try to roll out to his right. He just throws it out of bounds. Let's see what the refs call it. They're going to throw a flag. He was taken down at the 25-yard line while being tackled, throws it, and that's going to be an intentional grounding on the Cougars, which results in a loss of down and spot of foul. pretty much just a sack for the Rockets, and that is a massive change in this drive. What was just a 1st and 5, looking like a good touchdown for the Cougars, ends up being a 3rd down and 15.
That's a frustrating sequence for Zevi Eckhouse, and he tried to avoid taking the sack, but instead just chucks it out of bounds, barely got it out of bounds. It's intentional grounding. Now it's a loss of down, 3rd down from the 15.
Eckhouse in the shotgun formation. Kirby Voris is the back. 3 wide receivers to his left, trying to move the ball down the field. Zevi Eckhouse looking to his left, finds a man over the middle. Tony Freeman! It's caught for a touchdown, jumping up in the air, bringing it down. Zevi Eckhouse stepping up in the pocket, trying to find an open man, finds his wide receiver, Tony Freeman, out of the slot, jumping up, mossing his defender, and it's another touchdown for the Cougars, 13-0 with 4 minutes in the second quarter. See if they make it 14-0 with the extra point coming up from Jack Stevens. They're actually going to review the touchdown to see if he came down cleanly with the ball. And with this review, we will go to break, and we will let you know when we get back. Welcome back to KUGR. After review, the call on the field stands. It is a touchdown for the Cougars. Zevi Eckhouse to Tony Freeman. Great throw on the play. Great job making possession. I think the review was to see if he bobbled it at all, to see if it was a drop. But the touchdown stands, and it will be a kick upcoming for Jack Stevens for the Cougars on this extra point attempt. The extra point is up. And it is good, making the score 14-0. Washington State Cougars leading University of Toledo Rockets. It is 14-0 with 4 minutes left in the second quarter. I mean, the way that this offense played in the first quarter compared to the second quarter, it's just such a big difference. And why do you think that is?
The night and day difference, I think, can be attributed to just Zevi Eckhouse getting freedom in this offense. The first quarter, they were very constrained. They were trying to be formulaic, and now they're just letting Zevi rip. And when you let him go, sometimes you're going to get those plays with the intentional grounding. But then the very next play, he shows you the other side of Zevi Eckhouse, which is going to be just making plays, making anything happen, and just getting touchdown after touchdown. He's already run one in. Then he throws a perfect strike to Tony Freeman, who makes an acrobatic catch in the end zone. Really impressive game so far from Zevi Eckhouse, bouncing back from a couple of plays that might have not been all on him. He takes a couple sacks, gets the intentional grounding. The offensive line has to play better, but Zevi Eckhouse responding has been amazing to watch.
Well, with this, the Cougars have a 14-0 lead with 4 minutes on the clock. They will kick it away. Let's see if the Toledo Rockets can get a little bit of a better return out of their star returners. It is going to be, once again, to number 9, Trayvon Rudolph, and he's going to try to find room to his right side, but Cougars special teams is playing great job forcing him out of bounds at the 19-yard line. The Toledo Rockets will not have the ball past the 20 for a second consecutive drive, and that is due to great coverage from the Cougars special teams.
Really good coverage by Washington State special teams, and an interesting decision by Rudolph to catch it, and he paused for a couple beats and then decided to return it. If he got it and going full speed, maybe he gets out to the 25. Instead, he takes a couple seconds to wait and see where the blocks are. By that time, Washington State's already in his face.
Tucker Gleason will take the ball for this Rockets offense, trying to match what Zebi Eckhouse is doing for this Cougar team. And Gleason will take a snap, trying to throw it, finding a man on the left side. It's only going to be a modest gain, though, shoved out of bounds by number 1 of the Cougars, Tucker Large, the safety playing down, forcing the tight end, Jacob Peterson, out of bounds. Gain of about 4, 2nd down and 6, ball on the 23-yard line. Gleason using a little bit of tempo. Franzel trying to get on there on a blitz for the Cougars, but it's thrown out quickly, and it's going to be caught. Modest gain once again. That was number 2, Junior Vandeross, who's been kind of a non-factor so far in this game. Good throw to the outside, though, bringing up a short 3rd down and 2 yards for this Toledo offense. Tucker Gleason, with only 3 minutes left to go, trying to lead his offense down the field, bring this within a 1-score game. Gleason, shotgun set, 3rd down and 2 from their own 32. He's going to make a change. Whistles on the field, and it's going to be a timeout for Toledo. Big 3rd down coming up, and they don't want to take any chances. And with that timeout, we will go to break. The score is 14-0. Washington State Cougars are leading 2 minutes and 59 seconds until halftime. Don't go anywhere. Toledo, big 3rd down coming up. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. And what was a quick timeout? We are back. You're listening to KUGR Radio. Tucker Gleason, 5 wide set, 3 on his right. Early movement, but not called. It's going to be a throw quickly to his left, and it's going to be a 1st down to Junior Vandeross. Gain of 3 up to the 31-yard line. 1st down for the Toledo Rockets. Using a lot of tempo, moving quickly, trying to catch this Cougars defense sleeping. And let's see if the Rockets can move the ball down the field more. 1st down and 10 for the Rockets. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds until half. Gleason, it's going to be a play action. There's a lot of pressure coming in his face. Throws it away, not getting out of bounds. No call on the field due to the heavy pressure. That just had to be thrown up in the air.
Yeah, Washington State only brought 4, but 3 of them got close to Tucker Gleason. Buda Paletti was the closest man making contact. And I thought we were about to have our first Washington State interception of the year after Gleason just threw that one deep, but it falls harmlessly to the turf.
Falling harmlessly to the turf, brings up 2nd down and 10 from the 32. This time it's going to be a handoff on the inside, but the Cougars defense still staying stout on the run. Colby Humphrey getting low to the ground, finishing the tackle, only bringing up a gain of 2, and 3rd down and 8 coming up. The Cougars take a timeout, playing aggressive, wanting to score before half, taking their first timeout with 2 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. Do you think the Cougars will try to air raid it as they have been in the past 2 drives?
Yeah, I think that's a good timeout from Rogers to call that and keep the time on the clock before the 2-minute timeout. Now you basically build in that extra timeout if you can stop Toledo on this play. And then you go down the field, you got plenty of time. You can run your normal offense for a couple plays, and then you got to air it out, like you mentioned, to try to get that touchdown. If you can score here and make it 21-0 and get this stop against Toledo, that is a huge momentum boost going into the second half.
Tucker Gleason trying to find Junior Vandeross more and more on this drive. Kind of been a non-factor so far today, at least on the deep shot. Gleason, 3rd and 8 now, man in motion, going to his left now in the shotgun set. Gleason takes the snap, 4 sent by the Cougars. There's pressure still coming, thrown away and dropped once again by a Toledo Rocket. That was attempted at number 11, Ryder Treadway, and it falls to the turf incomplete. There was a flag anyway on the field against the Rockets. It was declined by the Cougars. It was a holding call, and that brings up a 4th down and 8, giving the ball back to the Cougars. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Really not how the Rockets envisioned this first half going.
What a great job defensively by Washington State all first half long. They've had the answer to Toledo's offense, and once again, they forced the stop and 2:15 on the clock. they still have that built-in 2-minute timeout.
The punt now coming away from the Rockets, number 36. Amelia Durant gets it away. It's a deep punt, and it's bobbled at the 17-yard line, but he does fall on it. Tony Freeman, who got the touchdown, almost just caused a massive turnover just before halftime. But with 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock, Cougars will get the ball, and they're going to try to score once again just before going into halftime to take a 3-possession lead.
Yeah, there really is no good muffed punt, but Tony Freeman did a great job to avoid having the ball go a couple of yards out in front of him and then have to scramble on the ground and do an army crawl. He was able to just let it barely slip through his fingers and then curl up on it immediately. So if you're going to muff a punt, that's the way to do it.
Now let's see if he can make up for it by getting another big touchdown this drive. Eckhouse will take over on offense for the Cougars from the 17-yard line. Leo Pulalasi will be the tailback in the backfield. It's a shotgun set to start. 14-0 lead right now for the Cougars with 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. Eckhouse, Josh Meredith in motion now to his right. He takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff to the left side to Leo Pulalasi. He tries to find the edge, gets past a couple of defenders. The clock is still running, and he's tackled at about the 24-yard line, and that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout, and we will go to break. The Cougars hold the lead 14-0, trying to score once more before half to take a 3-possession lead. You are listening to KUGR Radio, the student voice of the Palouse. Welcome back to KUGR. Once again, I am Nathan Eshelman, joined by Davis Hagen. And coming up at halftime, we have a very exciting, once again, Palouse game day at the half with DT Bergman and the crew back in the studio. But right now, this game has been very exciting, especially if you are a Washington State Cougar fan. Zevi Eckhouse in this offense has awakened, and they are trying to find a way to keep scoring and keep making plays. And Zevi Eckhouse will once again try to find a way to get a score as they have the ball at their own 24. 2 minutes on the clock, 14-0 is the score. And we are going down on the sideline to Amelia Davis for a sideline report. We are still having technical difficulties on the sideline. The rain could cause some technical difficulties, but the sun has poked its way back out onto the field. Cougars are now running back onto the field to take their first snap after the 2-minute timeout. Zevi Eckhouse, really just having an amazing second quarter. Really brought himself way back into this game. Now at over 1,000 yards on the season, was only 59 yards short of it going into the day. And now within a very efficient second quarter, trying to find his way back into the end zone. We are resuming play now after the 2-minute timeout. Eckhouse will be in the pistol set. Leo Pulalasi will be the back behind him. Multiple men in motion now for the Cougars. 2 now on his left. Eckhouse takes a snap. It's going to be a handoff to Pulalasi, who cuts it back to the outside. and it's going to be enough for a Cougar first down past the 27-yard line. A minute 54 on the clock. College rules, the clock stops after the first down. It's now rolling. Eckhouse, shotgun set, takes the snap, looking to his right, now has his left, finds Puolasi in the backfield. He does run out of bounds, stopping the clock, but behind the line of scrimmage and losing yards on the play. Inefficient play. Probably would have been better just to throw it away.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to catch every single pass, and you don't want to go backwards if you're Washington State. You've already seen what happens when you go backwards and let Toledo come downhill on you. You got to keep your front foot forward if you're the Cougar offense.
With that loss, it is 2nd down and 13 from their own 25-yard line. Zevi Eckhouse now in an empty set, alone in the backfield, bringing in number 8 in motion. Eckhouse now 3 to his right. Takes the snap. Only 4 is being sent by Toledo. Zevi trying to find a man down the field. Lots of time in the pocket. Now he has to scramble out to his left. Finds opening. There's a flag down on the field. Eckhouse still making a man miss. And he has enough for the first down. But let's see what the penalty is.
Zevi Eckhouse carried it.
The indication is that it could be on the Cougars. It is going to be holding against the Toledo Rockets instead, and that is going to result in a first down for the Cougars. Zevi Eckhouse with just improv play, backyard football rules, and he's getting down the field, first down, and with the penalty, getting into Toledo territory at the 48-yard line. First down and 10 for the Cougars. A minute 36 left until halftime. 14-0 lead for the Cougs at the moment. Zevi Eckhouse in the shotgun set. He takes a snap, looking to his left. It's just behind Leo Puolasi, and it's incomplete, bringing up 2nd down and 10 from the 47. Quick play, nothing there, and Zevi just kind of throws it into the ground once again.
Yeah, not a terrible play again by Zevi. He's keeping a lot of these plays alive, keeping options open. And anytime you can get Zevi out on the edge to make something happen, kind of a backyard football play, something good is probably going to happen. Every now and then he might not make the best decision, but so far in this game, he's had some couple great plays to keep Washington State's offense alive.
Maxwell Woods is now in the backfield for the Cougars. 2nd down and 10 from the Toledo 47. Eckhouse in shotgun set, 3 to his right, takes the snap, looking to his left, finds a man, and he just underthrows Lechner on the left side. That would have been a corner throw at the sideline to be a great catch for Lechner, but just falls just short, and it's going to bring up 3rd down and 10 at the 47. Cougars trying to find a way to just score, and if they can, it would be great, but they have a 14-point lead going into the half if they do not.
Well, right now would be the time to try to get into field goal range with the wind kind of dying down in these last couple minutes of the first half. If you wait too long, the wind might pick back up, and it's going to be really difficult to kick.
Zevi Eckhouse now 5 wide set, alone in the backfield. He's going to take it himself on a QB keeper, and it's been working all day, but this time the Toledo defense gets in the backfield, gets a big tackle. That was number 6, Braden Owls, who makes a tackle, is slow to get up, but the heart on the play to get down and tackle Zevi Eckhouse, who has been running all over the Rockets defense. Big play, big tackle right there. Brings up 4th down for the Cougars at their own 40, or at the Toledo 40-yard line. 4th down and 3 coming up. Timeout taken now by Toledo. And that is, apologies, that looks to be a timeout for the Cougars, who might be looking to go for it right here on 4th down.
Yeah, I got to think it's 4th down territory. You run a quarterback draw on 3rd and 10 for a reason, and that's to set up a 4th down and manageable. You don't want to be forced with a 4th and 10 if you throw an incompletion. So you get Zevi on the run. You know he's going to pick up positive yardage. He gets 7 yards, which is probably more than they thought he was going to get. And now it's 4th down and 3. You have plenty of options at your disposal. Maybe a play action rollout. Try to get Lechner or Meredith the ball. See if you can get a first down.
They are returning on the field. 3 wide receivers will be on the left of Zevi Eckhouse. Maxwell Woods is still in the backfield to see what the Cougars offense will cook up here on 4th down and 3 at the 40-yard line. Eckhouse now has Lechner move into the offensive line. Woods moves to his left. There's a hard count. A man jumps off sides. Eckhouse using the free play, throws it deep. Not finding anyone, but with that flag on the field, it appears to be a first down for the Cougs. It is going to be offsides on the defense. Loose Julian, the defensive end, just too aggressive. And now the discipline of this defense is really hurting the Toledo Rockets. That is the second penalty on a third or fourth down that has given a free first down to the Cougars in an opportunity where they had their backs against the walls.
This is a team that's typically very disciplined, and they're trying to reset the clock, but it's difficult to watch this team kind of crumble like this for Toledo, just having these plays where all of a sudden on 4th and 3, they're probably going to try to get you offside. You jump into the offensive tackle as a defensive end. Those are sloppy plays that Candle's got to be frustrated with.
Zevi Eckhouse in a 5-wide set. Once again, he's going to take the snap. He's going to look deep at the end zone, trying to find a man. It's going to be brought in. It was bobbled for a second, but it's brought in and caught. Carter Babs, the wide receiver, in between double coverage, brings it in for the third touchdown for the Cougars. (20-0) is the score with 51 seconds left in the first half. Jump ball goes into the hands of Babs, and he wraps it all into the end zone. Touchdown Cougars. And now the extra point from Jack Stevens to make this a 21-point game. It's up, and it is through 21-0 for the Washington State Cougars. An amazing first half, just amazing second quarter, really, for this Cougars offense and defense, getting anything they want on the field.
Yeah, night and day difference between the first quarter when Washington State had 4 yards passing. Now Zevi Eckhouse going off, and they just announced that he's over 10,000 career passing yards. A transfer from Bryant comes to Washington State and gets the start down the second half of this season. And this offense has been completely different with Zevi Eckhouse throwing. And I don't know how Carter Paps caught that football. That was one of the best catches all year long, and Zevi loves it too.
Zevi feels a little lucky probably on that one. Looked a little underthrown, but Paps able to bat it in the air, wrap it in. Great play by Carter Paps. And Cougars, really just explosion of offense in this second quarter, and Toledo needs to find a way to get back into this game. They are not producing much on offense, and it's really hurting them. I feel like they just really need to start getting the ball to their stars and their playmakers, and Junior Vandeross or even Trayvon Rudolph. The Cougars now going to kick it off. Ryan Harris, deep kick. It's going to bounce at the 20-yard line. It looks like it could go out of bounds, which it does. Massive penalty upcoming as that kick goes out of bounds against the Cougars. The kick goes out of bounds, and the Toledo Rockets will get amazing field position to start their first drive, or to start this drive with 51 seconds left in the half. The Rockets have 51 seconds to move the ball down the field and preferably get a touchdown to bring us within a 2-score game, because a field goal only brings it within 18 points, still a 3-possession game. This Family Weekend crowd must be very happy with the way that these Cougars have played, getting electric every single touchdown that has happened so far today. Eckhouse being a big star and a big reason for it. Tucker Gleason takes the snap for the Rockets from their own 30, and he finds a man over the left side. It's completed, and that is Trayvon Rudolph, gain of 12. And that's a first down for the Rockets, all the way up to the 47 now, but the clock is still moving. 33 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they got to reset that clock. It should have stopped for a first down, and it kept running, and the officials hopefully gives Toledo some time. That's the clock operator, the home field advantage for Washington State. It kept running, but the chains had needed to move.
After that first down, they're going to reset the clock now to 45 seconds. Massive difference, 16 seconds of difference in the clock. Toledo definitely needing that with only one timeout left. Clock now running. Gleason takes a snap from the shotgun formation, finds a man over the middle. That's number 24, bounces it out to the right side, trying to be tackled by number 24. and he's actually wrapped up only a gain of 8. Looked like it could have been more, but a great wrap up and a great tackle. The throw on the play to Connor Wallensdak, and it is going to be a stoppage of clock, timeout from Toledo with 33 seconds on the clock. 21-0 is still the score, and Toledo just needs to find a way to get through this Cougars defense, and these throws are doing a great job at doing it. Cougars playing a little bit of soft defense.
Yeah, Toledo's offense has been able to move the ball, collect a couple first downs on these drives in the first half, but ultimately the Washington State defense has been better in the crucial situations on 3rd and 4th down. Toledo just hasn't been able to sustain enough first downs. They've gotten a couple between the 30s. They've been great, but they can't get it even further than that, and they've had to punt a lot of times in Washington State territory.
Tucker Gleason coming out of the timeout now. 2nd down and 2. 0 timeouts left for Toledo. 35 seconds on the clock. Ball on the Cougars' 45-yard line now. They're in their territory, but can they finish the job? Gleason, empty set now. He's going to try to find a man over the middle, and it's in between the hands once again. Big hit over the middle after the drop, and it's going to be a 3rd down and 2. That was Ryder Treadway as the target, and he is a little shaken up, walking to the sideline. Big hit there by number 25 of the Cougars, Cale Reeder. Tucker Gleason now in the shotgun set. 3 men to his left. 3rd down and 2. Still down 21. Only 30 seconds left. Gleason takes a snap, looking to his left. There's pressure coming from the right. He ducks under it, finds a man over the middle, coming across the back, his body, and it's 1st down for the Rockets. Big play right there, moving up to the 24-yard line of the Cougars. Number 89, Jacob Peterson, the tight end, getting through forward, and they're going to spike the ball with 18 seconds left now. Ball on the 24, 2nd and 10 will be the first snap for Toledo after the spike. Gleason, great job improvising. Pressure was getting there to his right, ducks under it, finds a man coming back across the field. Big 1st down, big chance right here for Toledo to finally try to score. Gleason in the shotgun formation once again. 3 men to his left. He's going to make a change at the line. The Cougar crowd is trying to get into it, getting louder and louder as they know that this could be a big stop right here. 18 seconds. Gleason takes a snap, looking to his left, tries to find a man over the middle. It's going to be number 2 in the end zone. Touchdown, Toledo. Junior Vandeross III. That's the playmaker that the Toledo Rockets needed. Touchdown for Toledo, bringing it within a 2-touchdown score. 21-6 at the moment with the extra point pending. Just finding an open post route over the middle, and it's caught for the touchdown. Let's see if Toledo can add on their extra point from Dylan Kunanen. Kunanen's kick is up, and it is good, making the score 21-7 with just 13 seconds left before halftime. Massive drive right there for the Rockets, and something that they really needed.
Yeah, that's the guy that you were worried about if you're Washington State's defense. Junior Vandeross, he has such great speed. He gets behind the defense that time. We talked about it as our keys to the game. You can't let this Toledo offense get behind you. Tucker Gleason will find him, and Junior Vandeross has the speed to do it. And Washington State was bending and not breaking up until they found Peterson for that big play, and then immediately after that, Gleason throws a strike to the end zone. And Toledo, if they didn't score that, they'd be down 21-0 at halftime. That is not a good sign for this offense, but now 21-7, you get some momentum going into halftime, and all of a sudden they're right back in this game. He's still down 2 scores, but the vibe is totally different.
It was looking like a whole different game just on that drive. Toledo finding every receiver that they possibly could. Pressure was getting there, but Gleason doing a great job at evading and escaping it and finding an open wide receiver. And the defensive pressure, at least in the coverage, was tight. But as long as you have a step on your man and lead him correctly, it's going to result in a touchdown, especially when you have a wide receiver like Junior Vandeross III. The kick is now going to be coming for a kickoff. Only 13 seconds left in the half. Let's see if the Cougars do anything with it. It is Dylan Kunanen who's going to kick it off. It's going to be a touchback, and Eckhouse and the Cougars offense will come back onto the field. 13 seconds left in the half, only one timeout. Most likely going to play it pretty conservative. Coming up at the half, don't forget, it's the Palouse game day at the half with DT Bergman and the crew in the studio. So don't you go anywhere. They have a great lineup coming up, talking about both the Cougars and the college landscape as a whole. Cougars and Eckhouse are back on the field. Look like they're in a knee formation, just ready to send this into halftime. He takes the snap and takes the knee. Clock will run out on this first half. Great first half for the Washington State Cougars. Their offense just woke up and started fighting hard in the second quarter. 21-7. Toledo getting a good final drive. Great final score. 14 points is the difference at half. And we will now send it to Palouse game day at half with DT Bergman and the crew. Have a great time, guys.
Why, thank you. Well, we've had a lot of fun over there at Martin Stadium at Giza Field, and I am excited to I'm excited to report that Idaho is up 21-6 against 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter. In addition to that, San Diego State 13, Fresno State nothing, and at the halftime for the New Mexico-Utah State game, it's 26-7. But focusing on the Washington State score, 21-7. How did we get here, guys?
First, much going on both sides. Not really anything, but Washington State strikes first, get a scramble touchdown from Zevi Eckhouse, then a fantastic catch in the end zone by Freeman, giving Washington State a 14-0 lead.
And out of nowhere, Zevi Eckhouse off his back foot makes an absolute dart over the middle, and it is a triple bobble. An amazing catch. Get 21-0. And just before the half ends, it's a snipe middle to Junior Bales as board 21-7.
Absolutely. And looking at our keys that we talked about pregame, one of the big ones, how do the Cougars finish? They did not finish the first half all that well. They allowed a touchdown as time was running out there. But what else do they need to do in the second half?
Look, the run block is doing subpar, but it's making sure that we're able to give Leo Pualasi some breathe and some running room. The last thing, Zevi Eckhouse is making some amazing plays, and as long as we can just hold things down and keep everything settled to our offense and defense, that's going to be a huge point for this game.
Well, that's certainly going to be interesting to see what will happen there. Washington State University definitely going to want to start off well, as they'll be starting with the ball here in the second half. Well, that's going to be all. Once again, Washington leads at the half 21-7. New Mexico leads Utah State 26-7. San Diego State leads Fresno State 13-0. And Idaho leads Portland State 21-6. Well, that's all from us here in the studio. Back to you guys at Martin Stadium at Giza Field. Back to you, Davis and Nathaniel.
It was the Zevi Eckhouse show in the first half, throwing for 145 yards, 2 touchdowns, and adding one more on the ground to make the score 21-7. Washington State over Toledo. Eckhouse also went over the 10,000-yard mark of his career. That is an impressive feat from a great player for Washington State. And Nathan, what did you like to see from Zevi Eckhouse in that first half? He was making all kinds of plays for the Cougs.
I mean, that first quarter, they were pretty restricted on the game plan that they let Zevi use. And 0 for 2, just not throwing that accurately, throwing behind receivers, and not getting any ground game going for the offense in general. Second quarter, completely different story. You switch up the vibes with a deep shot on a flea flicker down the field, 40 yards to Meredith, and then you let Zevi run. You let him do improv, backyard football, anything goes, and Zevi has been great in that scenario. I mean, there is the penalty that he had with the intentional grounding, but you give and take what you can, and Zevi with his improv is really what has gotten the Cougars offense going. The run game has been phenomenal ever since that one drive. They have 88 yards on the ground now, and that all was pretty much in the second quarter, and Zevi is a big reason of that because Toledo has to be prepared for a quarterback run at any moment.
Yeah, the Washington State offense was great in that second quarter. The first quarter, they only had 4 passing yards. Then Zevi Eckhouse goes for 141 in the second quarter. Every touchdown drive of that second quarter was over 80 yards, and there were 2 11-play drives and 1 8-play drive for Washington State. That offense was great, but the defense was also really solid in that first half. Held Toledo scoreless up until their final drive with about 13 seconds left on the clock. Gleason finds Vandeross in the end zone for a touchdown.
What I want to highlight about this Cougars defense so far is in that first half, it is an all-out effort from everyone. Tackling has been great. They've been wrapping up. They've been fighting through to the end of the play. Key takeaway is from what you said in the pregame is you have to finish. You have to understand that you need to finish every single play, every single possibility. And players like Tucker Large is leading the team in tackles from the free safety position, coming down, heavy aggressive defense from the getting down in formations, lots of blitzes, lots of aggressiveness to get at this quarterback of Toledo, and it's just working. It's done its job. It's stopping the run. It's stopping the pass. All this pressure is causing inaccurate throws from Gleason, and it's just leading to more and more opportunities for the offense, which really took advantage of them in that second quarter.
Getting closer to the start of the third quarter. Washington State 21, Toledo 7. Just over 2 minutes until the start of the third quarter. We'll send it to break and be back with the kickoff for the second half between Washington State and Toledo. Listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Police. (21-7) Washington State over Toledo. Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman. Amelia Davis down on the sideline. So glad to be with you as we're ready to start this second half. Washington State will get the ball to start the second half. And Nathan, what are the adjustments that both these teams need to make to have a better second half?
Well, what I think that Toledo needs to do is they need to work on their discipline. Like, their fight in the trenches has been won. Like, they're doing a great job, especially in the edges with Malachi Davis and even Martez Porter from the nose position, getting the job done and breaking up a lot of plays, whether it's on a Zevi Eckhouse keeper or on a run play. But the discipline is not there. Multiple penalties against Toledo, 5.5, but they were all back-breaking at crucial moments in the game. They need to work on those. And for the Cougars, keep up what you're doing in that second quarter. Offense needs to keep pushing forward. And the Cougars defense, other than that last drive, they just need to play tighter defense, not give up any big deep shots, and that's what they had been doing in that first half, shutting down every facet of the game for the Rockets.
Again, 21-7. Washington State exploded offensively in that second quarter, gave up the late score to Toledo. That has us at the 21-7 score. 15 minutes on the clock for the third quarter. Robert Hammond, the kicker for Toledo, who's set to boot it away, and it's angling towards Voorhees, who calls a fair catch, and this time he's the one that catches it instead of Smithson. As you remember back last week, Voorhees called the fair catch. Smithson caught it. He didn't call the fair catch. The ball got whistled dead at the 2. They get tackled in the end zone against Virginia for the safety, lose the game 22-20. This time Voorhees calls it and catches it himself, and they go out to the 25 instead of the 2.
If you're a Cougar fan, you love to see that play get straight to Voorhees, because that was just a back-breaking loss, and it was really a winnable game against Virginia. And that play right there, that's how you avoid those back-breaking plays.
And with 75 new players, every week has gotten better and better. They almost broke through against Ole Miss, lost by 3, almost break through against Virginia, but almost doesn't cut it. This game has been a lot better, and they're up 21-7 as we start the second half. 2 receivers to the left for Zevi Eckhouse. Voorhees, the running back, in the shotgun formation. Ball on the 25-yard line. Washington State moving right to left. And they hand it off to Voorhees off the left side, makes a cut, and only gets about 2 yards before he's dropped by Warren, the safety that came up from about 10 yards deep to come in and plunge down Voorhees.
McNeil Warren making a great job there. Similar to the Cougars defense, you're playing a lot of heavy blitzes, and you're trying to force the pressure on the run and playing good man coverage, and that's what they needed right there. Good stop on the play.
21-7 Washington State in the lead. 30 seconds gone in the third quarter. Second down and 8. Freeman in motion on the far side of the field. Goes back to where he came. Eckhouse, play action, trying to set up a screen. Has to lob it into traffic, and it's intercepted by Toledo. Braden Alls gets the pick, and Eckhouse with a dangerous throw turns it over on the second play of the second half. They tried to set up a screen. It wasn't there, and instead of throwing it to the dirt, he throws it into the sky, and it's turned over.
That is exactly what you cannot do as the Cougars right now. You cannot let these games get away. You have the lead. You have the momentum. And then all of a sudden, the turnovers, the mistakes. Great play by Braden Alls getting in position. Great interception. Toledo with the ball and a great opportunity to score.
And Alls leads Toledo in interceptions. That's his 3rd of the year. Just the team's 6th interception overall this season for Toledo. They've got the ball on the Washington State 43. They'll hand it off to Kenji Christian off the left side. Breaking tackles, still going. And now he's driven backwards. They're going to give forward progress to the 42, so he loses 1 yard. And they're going to say he was down. The ball came out. Tucker Large ended up with it. They say he was down, so it'll be second down and 11 with 1 minute gone in the third quarter. Still 21-7 Washington State. 2 receivers to the right for Toledo with Junior Vandeross on the hash marks. Gleason in the shotgun with Christian to his right. He's on the eye of the Washington State logo, that Cougar head in the middle of the field. Making checks at the line. Second down and 11 from the 44. Play action. Gleason, clean pocket, has all day to throw over the middle. Incomplete to Junior Vandeross, just outside of his outstretched arms. And that was a play that Tucker Large is lucky that didn't get caught. Junior Vandeross burned him, and it's incomplete, bring up 3rd and 11.
Junior Vandeross, that's exactly what they need. They need these big, deep shot plays, and he just used his speed to get past his defender, had a break on the play, could have been a touchdown, just an inaccurate throw, missed chance, big 3rd down and 11 coming up.
Cougars up by 2 scores, 13:30 on the clock, 3rd and 11 from the Washington State 44. Ball on the far side. Hash, Gleason, the check with me to the sideline. They get the call, and they have to get past this family weekend crowd here at Giesa Field. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and a flag flies. It's going to be a delay of game. And maybe not. They might have got a timeout. And Candle calls the timeout, and that could be a big play in this game. We've seen Washington State need those timeouts late in the game. When you're an underdog, you want to have as many timeouts as you can down the stretch. Toledo calls one here. It's 21-7, Washington State in front. 3rd and 11 from the Washington State 44 when we come back. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Washington State 21, Toledo 7, 13:31 on the clock from the Washington State 44. It's 3rd and 11. Jason Candle decides to call the timeout there instead of letting it go to 3rd and 16. Nathan, what do you think of the call?
It's just a aggressive move right now. They want to figure out a way to score on this drive right here. It is 3rd and 11, but if you take that penalty going to 3rd and 16, that makes it so much harder to get a chunk play in a 4th and manageable. I think this timeout, they want to score a touchdown on this drive leading into the end of the game. That timeout won't be necessary, at least to what Toledo hopes.
We'll send it down to Amelia Davis on the sideline with an update.
Yes, the Cougs have really pulled through in the second quarter as the rain started to fall down here at Gleason Field. But the Cougs need to defense. Now in the quarter, the weather has come up. The sun has slightly come up. The wind has really died down, so let's hope this weather keeps up as the Cougs hopefully get another touchdown here on this play. That's it. Thank you.
Good update from Amelia on the sideline. She talked about that rain that came down. It was only there for a little bit, and it impacted her microphone. It kind of ruined the equipment for a little bit, but then we got it back up and running. We finally get to go back to her on the sideline, and the sun peeked out for a little bit, kind of dried up all the rain. Then the rain came back, and now it's overcast. No rain right now, but it's been an off and on kind of windy, rainy day on the Palouse, and I don't think Toledo's too fazed by it being from Ohio, but it's definitely football weather. So Toledo, 3rd down and 11 from the Washington State 44. The timeout from the Rockets. What do they have to draw up? 3 receivers to the right. Shotgun snap to Gleason. Quarterback draw up the middle. He got all kinds of room past the 35 to the 34. 1 yard short from where he needed to go. He slid, and they mark it where he starts the slide, and it's 1 yard short.
That was similar to the plays that Zebby Eckhouse ran. Great play call there from the Rockets. 4th down coming up.
So they set up 4th down and 1. Rockets trying to score back-to-back touchdowns. They had one to end the second quarter right before the half. Can they get one to start the second half? Under center, Gleason will sneak it. He gets bottled up trying to spin free. Does he have enough? It's right at the line to gain at the 33-yard line. Are they going to mark him with enough for the first down? It depends on where they spot him, but he got stuffed by this Washington State defensive line. We'll see where they mark him. This is a big call if Washington State can avoid allowing Toledo the first down, and they're going to move the chain. So they give Toledo the first down. .12:25 on the clock, 21-7 Washington State, and whistles are blown. And the previous play will go under review. It was really close to see if he got it.
I mean, you were just talking about football weather. That is the typical football play. Muscle against muscle, beef against beef, trying to roll around, get only 1 yard. And the current call on the field is that he got it. Let's see if that rule stands.
We will go to break and have the call when we come back. Is it a first down or not? That's the question. 21-7 Washington State in front, 12:25 on the clock in the third quarter. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. The ruling on the field is upheld. It's first down Toledo at the Washington State 33-yard line. As we bring you back to Giesa Field, Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman, Amelia Davis on the sideline. It's been an entertaining game so far. Toledo driving, trying to cut it within one score if they can get a touchdown. They're down 14 to the Cougs. They have the ball threatening from the 33-yard line. Gleason takes the shotgun snap, hands it off. Up the middle to Kenji Christian, breaking tackles to the 25-yard line before he's wrapped down by a couple of safeties for Washington State. And we'll mark it right there at the 25-yard line. So a gain of 8 on the run for Christian. Christian filled in for the injured Chip Trainum last week. Guy from Birmingham, Alabama, started his career at Virginia Tech, then transferred to NCA&T. And this year, first year with the Rockets, he's got big shoes to fill with Chip Trainum, who is one of the best running backs in all of the MAC conference. Under center for Gleason from the 25. They'll turn in hand to Christian off the left side, and he gets stacked up, really nowhere to go. In fact, kind of losing half a yard right back to the 25-yard line.
Cougars defense on that first play, giving up a lot of yards because of missed tackling. They need to just be a little bit better at that. And on that second down run, that's exactly what they did.
And an offensive lineman is down for Toledo. Stephen Gales in pain. We will step away as he's tended to. You're listening to KUGR on Student Voice of the Palouse, where the score is 21-7 Washington State with 11:24 in the third quarter. (21-7) Washington State in front, 11:24 in the third quarter. The ball's on the 25-yard line, but concern right now for Toledo's left tackle, Stephen Gales. He was helped off the field, couldn't put any weight on his leg, and he gets helped into the injury tent. It looks like Ibrahim Traore will start in his place now. And that's a guy, Stephen Gales, that started the first 6 games of the year at left tackle. Ibrahim Traore got his first start last week, so he's experienced. They played Kent State last week, got the win 45-10. Thanks in part to a great performance from this offensive line. But you look at the start chart for Toledo, every offensive line position other than left tackle has been very consistent this year. And I think there's a lot of concern for this offensive line. If that left tackle position keeps getting impacted, it's one of the most important positions in football.
I mean, the weak side, you got to protect your quarterback's weak side. So with Gleason being a right-handed quarterback, you need a proper left tackle to get great pass protection. Otherwise, the edge threats can result in turnovers from blindside tackles and lots of fumbles.
Toledo comes back on the field with 3rd down and 2 from the 25-yard line. Can Washington State's defense get another stop? Remember, Toledo scored with 13 seconds left in the second quarter to make it 21-7 instead of 21-0. Still haven't gotten the whistle as the CW network is just now returning from break. And they're starting with their camera on the shirtless student section that has started the trend that back at Oklahoma State and Stillwater, it's spread throughout the country. Everybody takes their shirts off and swings them around their head. From the 25, Toledo under center with Gleason. Rudolph in motion. They go play action looking for Rudolph. He was on the end of the line of scrimmage, and they complete it to him in the flat for a first down out to the 22-yard line, and fresh set of downs for the Rockets.
Great play action right there from the Rockets. Cougars playing man coverage, lots of pressure, expecting another run right there, and it's good coverage or bad coverage due to the fact of the play action and wide open for an easy first down.
So first down from the 22 for the Rockets in the shotgun formation. 10:40 remaining in the third quarter. 21-7. Washington State in front. But Toledo inching their way closer to the end zone. Eric Hawley in motion from left to right. Now he's on the end of the line of scrimmage. They hand it off to Wallensack off the right side, looking for a gap, finds one, and gets brought down by a swarm of Cougars. Almost the entire defense there to meet him.
The amount of line of just people walking to the student section to take their shirts off. It's not just the students anymore. It's the parents as well for family weekend.
3 receivers to the left. Ball on the 18-yard line. Wallensack picked up 4 on that previous play. We're under 10 minutes in the third quarter. Still 21-7 Washington State. Peterson in motion, the big tight end. He comes to the right side, now 2-by-2 set. Gleason takes the snap, pressure coming on his face, and he's going to get dropped. The ball is free. It's scooped up by the right tackle, Colette, but big pressure brought by Janikowski.
Now, that wasn't a weak side pressure. That was just all-out pressure from a blitz. Got to Gleason. He did not get rid of it nearly as soon as he should have. And that just was so close to being a turnover for the Cougars, making up for Eckhouse's wild throw.
First sack of the season for Janikowski. Gets the strip sack. Now it's 3rd and 21. Backed up all the way to the 33-yard line. 3 receivers to the left. Wallensack in motion. It's an empty set. Pressure coming off the far side by Franzel. He didn't contact him, and the ball gets thrown to the ground incomplete. Great pressure put on by Franzel. He kind of got frozen by the pump fake of Gleason, but what a great defensive call by this Washington State defense.
That was a perfect time to send the linebacker blitz. It was a wide receiver screen over the middle, which means you have to have the lineman move up the field and not block the edge nearly as well. So Franzel able to just kind of pressure him, doesn't need to make a big hit or a tackle, and it's just causing a bad throw, 4th down, and the Cougars getting the ball right back after a bad turnover.
Duran out to punt. Freeman standing at the 6-yard line. They're punting from the 33-yard line on 4th and 21. This punt will check up and bounce into the end zone. Avery Smith, the corner, couldn't corral it, and it goes into the end zone for a touchback, and Washington State will get the ball right back. Good job by this defense to bend but not break, and they send a couple great pressures. Good defensive play calls by Jesse Bobbitt, sending pressure multiple times. They get home to Gleason. And that's the way to respond when your offense throws an interception. Zevi Eckhouse lobbed it up, it gets picked, and then the defense, in a tough situation, that's a quick change situation. You think you're going to get some more time to start the second half, and all of a sudden you're forced out there and you get a great stop. For the Washington State offense from the 20-yard line, they elect to have the ball placed on the far hash. 2 receivers to the left. Mackenzie Aline has checked into the game. Meredith in motion. They'll hand it off to Angel Johnson, and he gets tackled for a loss. Loose Julian there for the Toledo Rockets, and that looks like it was a first half run, maybe even a first quarter run for Washington State that just gets absolutely stuffed.
Cougars got to figure out a way to give the ball back to Zevi Eckhouse and let him control this game, because these run plays on the past 2 drives, while that last drive, Zevi did throw the interception, I do think they should get it back in his hands.
Power formation for the Cougs with 2 tight ends to the right side. Filet and Lechner in the game. Johnson, the running back. Carter Pabst in motion. Eckhouse on the roll. Has Pabst wide open in the flat. Out to the 30 and tackled down for a first down Washington State. Good play action and a good connection from Zevi to Pabst.
I feel like that's a mirroring drive to the Toledo one. They couldn't get a good run on the first down. Second down, do a great play action, find a wide open guy. First down for the Cougars.
Out to the 33-yard line. Eckhouse up to 159 yards passing with the 2 touchdowns plus 1 on the ground. 21-7 Cougars, 7:40 to play in the third quarter from the 33. Ball on the far hash. 2 receivers to the left. They've got tight end Hudson Cedarland out there as well. Filet, big tight end blocking, and Angel Johnson gets the carry, and he gets walloped big hit from the middle. Sherman brings him down. That's the guy we highlighted early in this game that could be a run stopper. He's been quiet so far, but he got a big hit on Johnson.
That's the leader in tackles for this team. Kavion Sherman, massive hit, looking like the Legion of Boom with Richard Sherman right there. Massive hit, big tackle on the play for a loss.
Coming into this game, 62 career tackles for Sherman. Strong defensive play. Now it's 2nd down and 11 from the 32. They go backwards 1 yard. One receiver split out to each side. Another power formation. Play action. Eckhouse rolls to his right after spinning around. Throws back across the field. Dangerous throw. Incomplete. Looking for Jeremiah Noga. Eckhouse got hit late, and he is fired up trying to get a roughing the passer call, and the coaching staff has to tell him to calm down. Brings up 3rd down and 11 from the 32. 6:44 on the clock and 21-7 Cougs.
That play action play just did not turn out the way they wanted it to. The pressure got there on his right side. Similar to the Cougars' pressure, Toledo's got to find a way to keep this up. Their coverage has been great. They just need to find a way to keep getting to Zevi Eckhouse in the backfield.
Trey Lechner, the tight end, with 2 receivers to the right. Eckhouse in the shotgun with Kirby Voorhees, the running back. They motion Lechner out towards the numbers. Eckhouse rolls to his right. Pressure coming and floats one deep to Lechner. Adjusts and cannot make the catch. Incomplete. And there is no flag on the play. And it's 4th and 11 from the 32. Washington State will bring out the punt unit.
This family weekend crowd is letting these refs know they did not like that call. But from our point of view, that looked like great coverage. And Lechner almost coming back around to make the catch would have been a second great grab this game for Zevi Eckhouse to kind of get down the field, but does not happen. 4th down.
Harris barely gets off the punt. Spiraling down, fair catch called by Hammer at about the 21-yard line, and that's where Toledo will start their drive. 21-7, Washington State in front. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. (21-7) Cougars in front of the Rockets after a 47-yard punt by Ryan Harris. The ball will be on the 21-yard line, where Toledo will come out and have Tucker Gleason try to sling the pill a little more and get him back into this game. 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Nathan, this defense has been great so far for Washington State. They had great pressure on those last 2 plays of their last defensive drive. Do you think they're going to try to bring some more pressure, or maybe sit back a little bit and try to reestablish the ability to create pressure?
Well, I mean, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it too much. Now, you don't want to do too much blitzing. Otherwise, Gleason can find a way to read where the blitz is coming from. But I think the Cougars are doing a great job switching up their defensive schemes, their formations, making it tough for Gleason to see. what I think Toledo could try to do this drive is also working Caleb Osborne as a dual threat type of quarterback option. That is something that they can try to do to get past this Cougar defense, which they have been struggling mightily against.
One of the best defensive games so far this year for Washington State, just that one touchdown drive given up. Their best defensive performance came against Colorado State to start that long road stretch. Again, this is the first home game for the Cougars since September 20th in the Apple Cup when it was 85 degrees. So two receivers to the right, Vander Ross in motion from right to left. He sets right next to the left tackle. They'll hand it off to Kenji Christian, who has a burst of speed out to the 30-yard line before you can blink, and he's taken down by Kenny Worthy, and it's a first down. Not quite, just 1 yard away from being a first down. So again, same formation this time, two receivers to the right. Gleason takes the snap, rolls to his right, throws it to Rudolph, who makes the catch at the 39, spins to the 40, and that is enough for a first down for the Rockets. So under 6 minutes to play in the third quarter. Cougars still up 14. Ball on the Rockets' 40-yard line. Tucker Gleason up to 164 yards in this game with that touchdown to Vander Ross. Three receivers to the left. Tight end on the right end of the line of scrimmage. Kenji Christian, the running back. Heels on the 35 for Gleason. Takes the low shotgun snap. Four-man rush for Washington State. Steps up to his right. Throws back across his body to Peterson, who gets contacted by Caleb Franzel and taken down after a gain of a couple.
The Rockets offense is trying to find a way right now, breaking through Cougars. They're not sending nearly as many blitzes right now. They're kind of playing more zone coverage, preparing for the pass, and it's not working.
Quick throw out to the outside for Vander Ross, cutting it back across the grain, right to the midfield stripe, just on the line to gain. He got 1.75 yards, just barely not enough. It's going to be 3rd and inches from the 49-yard line. Empty set for the Rockets. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Gleason takes the snap. Clean pocket, steps up. Gets to the 50, he's got a first down, and he's still rumbling out to the 40-yard line. Doesn't slide this time, and he picks up the first down for the Rockets.
Tucker Gleason did a great job on improvising there. A little bit lucky for the Cougars, honestly, because there was a lot of miscommunication early in that play. The wide receiver routes did not end up where they needed to be, but it still ends up with a first down for the Rockets.
Washington State has called a timeout, and something interesting that just happened. Darian Dalton went to run onto the field, and he started limping immediately. And if you remember back to the Super Bowl a couple years ago when player tried to run on for the 49ers, ruptured the Achilles, and I don't think that's at all what happened to Darian Dalton, but he ran out, and then he all of a sudden starts to hobble, and then he has to go back, and Washington State calls a timeout because now they don't have their defensive line set.
Unfortunate break for the Cougars right there, and no injuries are wanted to be seen, especially in a college setting like this.
In a game that's been great so far for this Washington State defense, and they can't afford any more injuries on this defensive line. They've been ravaged by injuries all year long. Max Balloon is out for the year with a broken leg. Caden Beatty not suited up for this game either. So first down and 10 from the Washington State 40. They hand it off to Christian, who just runs right into a wall, and Caleb Franzel gets him as he bounces off of it. They give him a half yard on the gain somehow. And we approach 4 minutes to play. Still 21-7 Washington State. And this third quarter is very similar to the first, where it has been no scores yet, but they're both kind of inching their way closer to finally breaking through against these defenses that have played a great game so far. So from the 39-yard line of Washington State, shotgun snap to Gleason. Looks to his right, checks it down, and the ball is incomplete, bobbled again, and Eric Hawley can't catch it again.
Too many drops. This is just a lot of blunders and mistakes that are easily avoidable, and wide receivers, they got to catch. That's their job. And if you're not able to catch a ball as a wide receiver at this level, you have to figure out something, because this is hurting the team in a massive way.
Parker McKenna, the linebacker, lined up straight over Anthony Boswell, the center's head, showing pressure here for Washington State on 3rd and 9. 3:50 to play in the third quarter. Two receivers to the left for Gleason. Takes the snap in the shotgun. Slant pass over the middle, caught by Vander Ross. He's a little bit shy, inches away. They mark him right at the line to gain again. And it looks like it's going to be 4th down and inches. What does Toledo decide to do? Do they go for it from the 31? 4th and less than a yard.
That 3rd and 11 play, that was big because the blitz was all out from the Cougars, but a great slant on the inside catches them off guard.
4th down and inches from the 31-yard line. Crowd getting intense. Treadway in motion. Snap to Gleason. It's a little bit low. He has time over the middle. Sliding catch made by Vandeross.
On that 4th down and 1, that was a little bit too soft of coverage there from the Cougars. Safety playing a little bit too high, and Gleason, great throw.
Whistles being blown. They might want to take a look at that catch from Vandeross. And it is under review from the officiating crew. It looked like it was a catch from way up here. But Vandeross was sliding Kenny Worthy, the secondary player for Washington State. He thought no way. They're showing it on the big board. It was behind Vandeross, so he had to slide and try to make the catch. Kind of caught it with his forearms if he caught it at all. They've slowed it down to pixel by pixel on the Jumbotron here at Gesa Field. And that ball looks like it slips through. It's really hard to see, but he doesn't have a full grasp on it. He's kind of pinning it against his body, and then he's barely holding onto it with his right arm.
And that contact with the ground. The ball is contacting the ground while he's not having it fully in his hands. It's just between his elbows and his wrist. And we'll see if the refs determine that that's enough to overturn it.
What a huge play this could be for Washington State's defense to try to stop this Toledo offense once again. And here comes the call.
The ball hit the ground.
And it is incomplete. Turnover on downs. What a job by this Washington State defense. They brought the pressure enough to affect the throw, and Vandeross couldn't haul it in on the throw that was behind him from Gleason.
I mean, Gleason, that he did stick in the pocket. There was pressure coming, and he found his open target. It's just that little bit behind him, and this floor is still slippery. The floor is still slippery on the turf from the rain, and I think that could have some slight effect on the way that the balls are being caught. But another drop, another missed opportunity. Toledo Rockets getting down the field, just not being able to break through this Cougars defense.
We've got a gadget formation for Washington State. Julian Duggar is the quarterback with Eckhouse split out to the far numbers. He's right on the 3 of the 30. Washington State has it at the 31-yard line. Duggar will run to his left after faking the throw, and he gets out past the 35-yard line. And a nice play on first down for Washington State to get Julian Duggar involved.
Kind of what I was saying that the Toledo Rockets should do. The Cougars instead do a gadget play. With Eckhouse himself being a pretty fast quarterback, they put in Julian Duggar, who hasn't had very limited success so far this season. But when he gets put in on that play, great job getting out to the left side. Good blocking on the edge, sealing it. Good play, 7 yards.
It's trips right for Washington State. They motion the 6'7" tight end Fillet to the right side, as well as Pulalasi, the running back. Eckhouse bobbles the snap, keeps it himself up the middle. Enough for the first down. Out to the 45-yard line. Gain of 8 for Zevi Eckhouse on a little bit of a busted play. He makes things happen, and he gets the first down. 21-7, still Washington State in front. Their defense has stood tall a couple times. Under 2 minutes to play in this third quarter.
Cougars are now busted over 100 rushing yards on this Rockets defense, and a lot of this has to just do with the way that the quarterbacks are running, and the Rockets are unprepared for it.
Rockets only give up 83 rushing yards per game. Washington State's offense has woken up since the first quarter. No touchdowns in the third, but they're moving the ball well on this drive. Pulalasi gets the carry off the left side, gets stacked up after a gain of a few. Out to the 47-yard line, so they're going to give him 2 yards on the carry. And so 1:20 remaining. Still up 14. The Cougars making some wholesale changes. Bringing new wide receiver core and a new tight end in Lechner. Carter Paps, who had that great catch into the game a player to watch out for, just a freshman for Washington State, and he's making a huge impact this year. He's split out all alone to the left with two receivers to the right. Now Lechner joins him on the left side. Two running backs in the backfield with Maxwell Woods and Pululasi. Play action. Eckhouse rolling out to his right, throwing on the run, and that is incomplete. Looking for Pabst across the field. Down on the right side, incomplete, and it's going to be 3rd down and 7 from the 48.
That was some stout coverage from Jamori Colson. Looking back, doing a great job. No chance of pass interference there. Understanding that Lechner was looking for the ball, turning around and swatting it as hard as he could, causing an incompletion. Great job there by Colson.
So 3rd down and 7 from the 48-yard line. 46 seconds remaining. Another heavy set for Washington State. Two tight ends on the left side of the line of scrimmage. Woods, the running back, motions out to the right side. Empty set for the Cougars. Ball on the left hash from the 48. Eckhouse takes the snap. Pressure coming. He gets rocked. Throws it into traffic. It's intercepted again by Alls. His 2nd interception of the game. Eckhouse got absolutely blasted on that play, and it's another turnover.
That was a bad play call from the Cougars. You cannot let two people come clean on your right side. Eckhouse should probably get rid of that ball sooner, but you're just leaving your quarterback out to dry no matter what on that play. Another interception for Braden Alls, and he's just at the right place at the right time. The balls have not been necessarily to any wide receivers in the area, but Alls is there, and it's another turnover, another interception. Ball to Toledo.
Now you're asking your defense to make another great stand. Good news for them is Darian Dalton is out there now. Gleason play action. Sets his feet after rolling out. Throws across the field to Peterson, who makes the catch and gets out of bounds after picking up enough for a 1st down and into deep Washington State territory. 21-7. Cougars have the lead as we're under 30 seconds left in this 3rd quarter.
Peterson has been an underrated threat for this offense of the Rockets. He keeps finding ways to get open, and Gleason keeps finding him. Tall tight end, tall target, easy 1st down.
Gleason making checks at the line, just 15 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. Cougars up 2 scores. Rockets driving. Snap to Gleason. Ball's on the 40-yard line to start this play. Gleason gets out past the line of scrimmage and picks up about 3 yards before he steps out of play. As time expires in the 3rd quarter, 21-7, Washington State in front of Toledo. It was a good 3rd quarter. Both sides not able to score. We'll head to the 4th, where Washington State's up by 14. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. 14-point lead for Washington State as we start the fourth quarter here at Giesa Field. Washington State returns home for the first time in a month after a tough road stretch, losing by 5 combined points to 2 top 25 teams. Now they've got Toledo on the ropes. Can they finish the job down in the fourth quarter? That's the big question. Davis Hagen alongside Nathan Eshelman, Amelia Davis down on the sideline. And Nathan, we were talking about it to start the second half. Zevi Eckhouse, it was his show in the first half. The second half hasn't been as kind. He's thrown 2 interceptions to the Toledo defense, both to Braden Alls.
I mean, the past 2 weeks against both Ole Miss and Virginia, what has been the problem for the Cougars, especially in the fourth quarter? Turnovers and losing possessions from bad mistakes. And that's exactly what has happened so far in the beginning of this game, or at the end of this game. Going into the fourth quarter, Zevi Eckhouse now has 2 bad interceptions and bad turnovers, and that's exactly what lost them the game last week against Virginia. And along with the Ole Miss game, you just have to play stout, you have to play smart, and early in the first half, you kept throwing the ball away, avoiding danger. Second half, not so much, and it's hurt the Cougs invaluably.
Anything can happen in the final 15 minutes, so lock in, grab some popcorn. It's going to be a show. Washington State and Toledo, 21-7 Cougars. As we start the fourth quarter, it's Toledo ball from the 36-yard line of Washington State. Second down and 6 to start the fourth quarter. Gleason in the shotgun. Takes the snap. 4-man rush from the Cougs. Throws left side. It's complete after a slight bobble to Rudolph. He makes the grab at the 24-yard line. Enough for the first down on a gain of 12.
That was close to being an interception. Just the bobble there, it hung in the air for a little bit.
Toledo going quick. They snap it to Gleason, who runs it himself, dives forward. Only got a few on that play. They had an empty set. They were going quick, trying to catch this defense getting tired, but right after that quarter change, they're not going to be as gassed as they would be a couple plays down the road. So they get barely back to the line of scrimmage.
Sony Finau did a great job getting off the right guard, blowing up that play. I mean, you don't have the same speed in Tucker Gleason as you would Caleb Osborne, and when you do those design QB runs, you're just expecting a little bit of off-guardness from the Cougars. They were prepared that time.
Second down and 8 from the 22. Vandeross in motion. They hand it off to Wallensack. Breaking tackles out to the 20-yard line before Schlimgen tackles him from his waist. So he gets out to the 20. Now it's going to be third down and 4 after a gain of a couple from Wallensack. Now Toledo going no huddle again. 13:40 to play, fourth quarter. Washington State, can they hold on to this 21-7 lead? Wallensack off the left side, cuts it up the middle, and he runs into the defensive line, and they are pushing him with the offensive line of Toledo coming in. A clash of bodies at the 19, and that's where they mark him down. Fourth down and 5. Jimmy Rogers is almost out to the numbers, trying to get the defense to change. Bringing in more coverage players and taking out their pass rushers, expecting Toledo to go to the air. On fourth down and 5 from the 19, 3 receivers to the left, Gleason with Wallensack in the backfield. And now it's an empty set for Tucker Gleason on fourth down and 5. Buda Paletti gives pressure. Gleason rolls to his right. Going to throw on the run towards a sideline. Incomplete. Washington State gets another turnover on downs, and they hold the 21-7 lead.
I mean, just a great job on coverage on that play. You cannot throw it in that tight of an area. And Sullivan Schlimgen having a great performance all day today, both in the coverage areas and stopping the run. Great job making wrap-ups, great job making pass breakups right there. Another great job bending, but not breaking from the Cougars defense.
Washington State up 14 over Toledo. They force another turnover on downs. This defense has been flying all over the field. Great to watch, and finally this defense can get a breath after a long, stressful situation after multiple turnovers. Now can the offense finally get moving without turning the ball over? This defense has been called upon so many times today to make stops inside their own territory.
I mean, this offense for Toledo, their run game is not there. They keep trying to force it. Connor Wallensack trying to use his power to push forward, but you can only do so much when you're stopped 1 yard after the line of scrimmage. And it's really favored the Cougars. A lot of the play calls on that drive, especially getting to the end, just a lot of run plays all in a row, not working. Great job by Sony Finau, along with other defensive linemen, stopping those plays just before they could even really start. And it's just the pressure that they keep forcing from the pressure or from the defensive line and the defensive backs, and it's just doing good. And 14-point lead for the Cougars. They're the benefit of it.
21-7, Washington State in front of Toledo. 12:51 on the clock in the fourth quarter. Washington State will have it on their own 19-yard line going left to right when we come back. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Back-to-back defensive stops for Washington State, turning over the Toledo Rockets on downs. Can the Cougars go down the field and extend this lead to give them a little more cushion? As they say in baseball insurance runs, they need an insurance touchdown to the Cougars. From the 19-yard line, they hand it off to Voorhees up the middle for a gain of 2 or 3, and so they start this drive calmly up the middle, and it will bring up second down and 7. 21-7, the Cougars in front.
Just a small little squeeze bunt would even do. A field goal to make it a 3-possession lead would be all they need to really get this game in hand.
This defense has played fantastic. I know they only gave up 3 points to Colorado State, but I feel like this is their best defensive performance of the year, and it's been building since that Ole Miss game. This team has been playing much better football in the second half of the season. Again, they need to win 3 of their last couple of games to make a bowl game. If they win all their home games, they'd qualify, and they're playing great today. Eckhouse takes the snap and runs it off the right side. 3 defenders there to meet him, and he gets out to the 25-yard line, gain of 2. It's going to be third down and 4 from the 25 with under 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Cougs up 14.
The Cougars cannot play too conservative on offense either. You don't want turnovers. You don't want mistakes, but you also can't just run it straight up the middle every single play. Otherwise, this Toledo defensive line, who has been stout all day, is just going to stop them kind of as they did on that last play.
11:35 remaining in the fourth quarter. 21-7 Cougs. Eckhouse in the shotgun, heels on the 20-yard line. One receiver split out to each side. Pululasi, the running back, off the right hip of Eckhouse. They hand it to Pululasi, trying to get up the middle, lowers the shoulder, and he's taken down at the 28-yard line. Not enough for the first down. Now decision time for this coaching staff. They look like they want to send the punt unit on. They're all on the field, and now they decide that they're going to bring them on. So the punt unit will come out.
A little bit of a late decision, indecisiveness, and that's exactly what I was just saying. You cannot keep running it straight up the gut. It resulted in fourth down, close to the first down. Pululasi made a great job cutting up and around defenders, but fourth down and 1 still results in a punt and giving Toledo back the ball, only down 14.
Harris back to punt from the 15, boots it away, and that is a short punt that'll bounce and roll past the 45 out to the 40. Rolling towards the 36-yard line where it will stop. Right there at the 36. It's nose at the 36 and a half. So Toledo's offense, back-to-back turnover on downs. This Cougar defense has played great so far. You talk about the safeties. They've made great plays. The linebackers have been great today. Defensive line getting pressure. All facets of this defense have been great. And the Cougars still up 14. Can they get yet another stop?
I think that what they need to do is keep doing what they're doing. while there are chunk plays to move Toledo down the field, it's the bend, not break factor, especially when it gets into the red zone. They just play tight coverage and force Gleason into making tough throws, which he has been struggling to make all day today.
So from the 35.5, Gleason will hand it off to Kenji Christian, and he gets wrapped up by Sullivan Schlimgen, who has been all over the field for Washington State. Started the year third on the depth chart at linebacker. He's made a name for himself in this linebacking room.
Christian, number 10.
I think what the Rockets need to find a way to do is get it to their speed guys. Junior Van Ross or Trayvon Rudolph, get him down the field, past this defense, which has struggled with deep shots all year long.
3 receivers to the right for Toledo on 2nd down and 8 from the 37-yard line. Christian, the running back. Gleason takes the snap. Looking to the right, he's got a man wide open. Rudolph makes the catch, and he gets wrapped up and dropped by Tucker Large with a good open field tackle. If Rudolph broke that, he could have got a first down and a lot more.
No chance to break that, though. Great cover 3 being played there. And you got a safety who's just been amazing at tackling all day long, coming down hard, fast, and taking out his knees. Big tackle, 3rd down coming up.
Bunch trips to the left for Toledo on 3rd down and 3. Gleason making checks. It's getting loud. He's going to have to get closer to the line of scrimmage to make his communication heard from the 42-yard line. Cougars up 14. Pressure being shown. They bring it. A lot of Cougs coming in the face of Gleason, firing down the middle of the field. Incomplete. A flag does fly late. And they rule it incomplete, but there is a flag on the play. We'll see what the call is going to be. Washington State brought a ton of pressure. It looks like it's going to be against the Cougs. They are frustrated. And it's pass interference against Washington State. So 15-yard penalty gives Toledo an automatic first down and a new breath of life with 9 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. 21-7 Cougars. An underthrown ball from Tucker Gleason draws the pass interference call that the crowd definitely doesn't like.
While that might have been underthrown, Gleason still put that in a spot that led and resulted in a pass that was called for a foul, and that's exactly what they need to get a first down, and it works. Gleason moves the chains. While it may not be the way that they wanted it to be, it's still 15 yards, and now they're in Cougar territory once again.
From the 42 of Washington State, from the 44 rather, first down at 10, 9:03 on the clock. 3 receivers to the left for Toledo. Gleason takes the snap, 4-man rush for Washington State. Underneath, the ball is intercepted by Parker McKenna, and it's at the 35 for Washington State. They get their first pick of the year, and they are no longer one of only 2 teams left with 0. Parker McKenna gets the pick.
I mean, that's exactly what the Cougars defense needs. They've been doing great in every facet of the game, getting stops, forcing turnovers on downs. What they really have not done all season is force actual turnovers. And right there, bobbles, drops, incompletions been a problem for Toledo all day. One of those eventually was going to pop in the air, and a Cougar was going to be there to bring it back down. First interception of the season for the Cougs, and that is a massive one. Gives the ball right back to the Cougars. Still 9 minutes on the clock. Let's see if they can do something like that.
21-7 Cougars. They get their first interception of the year. Parker McKenna comes through, and the Cougs have the ball back at the 35-yard line with 8:55 in the 4th quarter. We'll step away and be back with more here on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Washington State gets their first interception of the year by McKenna off the tip from Kenji Christian. Gleason throws the interception, and now both teams have thrown at least one interception in this game. 21-7 Cougars over the Rockets, 8:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Nathan, that was a great momentum play for Washington State's defense, and time again today, back-to-back fourth down, turnover on downs, and then they get the interception. This defense has played lights out today.
They really have played lights out, and I think a part of it is the defensive pressure getting to Tucker Gleason. Gleason has been a little inaccurate at times today, and the wide receivers, just something's wrong in their mental scape. They keep dropping the passes. It's leading to bobbles, incompletions, turnovers on downs, and right there, an interception for the Cougars. Massive turnover there, giving it back to the Cougars at their own 35.
So now, can they convert this into points? There hasn't been any points scored since late in the second quarter. 21-7 Cougars. Hand off to Voorhees in the shotgun, up the middle, lowering the shoulder and lowering the boom as well, out to the 41. Gain of 4, pardon. So out to the 39-yard line for Washington State. They make some changes with the wide receivers.
Cougars most likely going to keep running the ball. They're probably going to do a little more heavy sets. And if they're not going to run the ball kind of up the middle with Voorhees or Johnson, they're probably going to find a way to give Eckhouse the ball and see if he can at least just run some clock.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Meredith in motion. Eckhouse takes the snap on a read option, and he gets tripped up off the left side. He had a huge lane and blockers in front, and he just barely gets tripped up. It is enough for the first down out to the 45-yard line, but that could have been a huge touchdown for Zevi Eckhouse. He had all kinds of room, but he gets tripped up.
I mean, Brandon Owl's right there with the tackle. That was almost a massive play, but that trip, it still results in the first down. Massive tackle, though, to stop anything more from happening.
And I don't know how he got him. He just put out the fingers and hoped that he'd get him, and he barely trips him up. Play action from the Cougs going long over the middle and is broken up. Looking for Meredith. Good defense from the Toledo Rockets again. Their secondary has been solid. Andre Fuller with the coverage that time.
They wanted another shot play down the field, and Eckhouse just a little behind on his receiver. Somewhere in the second quarter, he wanted Meredith on a deep pass, and he did have a step on his man. Still pretty tight coverage. Eckhouse put it in the bucket. Perfect pass. That one was behind, and that's why it was incomplete.
7 minutes, 32 seconds on the clock in the fourth and final quarter. Washington State up 14 against Toledo. Been great defensive battle between these two teams. Shotgun handoff to Voorhees, looking for a lane, bounces it to the right side and up the middle. And he's taken down inside Rocket territory, and it's going to be third down and short. Gain of 7 for Kirby Voorhees. Toledo Rockets trying to bring in some heavy hitters on the defensive line.
Voorhees has been bouncing through the gaps, especially on the right side, and he's just bursting through with a lot of speed. These linebackers are having a tough time keeping up. Lots of good jump cuts and jukes by all these running backs today for the Cougars.
Probably an average of over 250-plus pounds on the defensive line for the Rockets. They hand it off to Voorhees up the middle, spinning forward, and he gets a first down for the Cougars. Another great play to keep that clock churning. Out to the 44-yard line, fresh set of downs for the Cougs.
At some point, this Rockets defense is just going to be too exhausted to stop the run, and I feel like that's exactly what's happening on this drive. Previous drives, they've been able to stuff the run as soon as it gets past one person, and right now they're just a little exhausted and slow to get to each play.
Around half the defense with hands on hips, trying to catch their breath. This physical attack from Washington State coming together. Another shotgun handoff to Voorhees, bouncing it with some jump cuts past the 40 to the 37-yard line. Gain of 7, and that is a perfect play, getting 6 or maybe 7 yards on first down to get to second down and short. Time comes off the clock, and then you set yourself up with a good chance to pick up a first down and take even more time off the clock.
Picked up 7 yards. It's 2nd and 3.
So 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. 21-7, Washington State in front. Handling business down the stretch. is the big question. They haven't done it these last couple weeks. Can they do it here against Toledo? Voorhees off the left hip of Eckhouse. Pressure coming for the Rockets. They hand it off to Voorhees off the right side. Gets right to the line to gain. And it looks like they're going to mark him just a little bit short. It's going to be 3rd down and less than a yard.
Kirby Voorhees has been a workhorse this drive. He just keeps getting fed, and he's making it count. He's going through the gaps, but he is going to be taking out this play for a little bit of a breather.
Under 5 minutes to play. Cougars still up 14, trying to add on to the lead and take most of this time off the clock. Again, Toledo called that timeout minute and a half into the 3rd quarter. They only have 2 timeouts remaining. 3rd down and inches. Under center for Eckhouse. They run another quarterback sneak, and a flag flies. Lechner might have been going forward before the snap was called for by Eckhouse. If it's a penalty on Washington State, it would back them up. If it's offside against Toledo, they would get a 1st down. What's the call? And it is offside against Toledo, a free 5 yards. And again, Nathan, we talked about this to start the second half. Discipline lacking for Toledo. They give Washington State another 1st down on penalty.
That one wasn't necessarily as much of a jump as it was. They were just misaligned. Their head was full. Multiple players' heads were fully over the football, and that is something that the refs cannot let slide. That's an easy call for an offsides, and yeah, just bad discipline from the Rockets. Easy 1st down.
Whistle blown. And they're going to add time onto the clock. 4 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock. Ball's on the 29-yard line. 1st down and 10 for the Cougars. They're going to huddle up. They break with 2 receivers going to the left, Ganashamurthy and Carter Pabst. They got 2 tight ends, both on one end of the line of scrimmage. Maxwell Woods is the running back. Ganashamurthy in motion. Eckhouse going to the air. Pressure coming, lobs it deep for Lechner, and it is incomplete, nearly picked. Toledo players collide, but flags fly. Probably pass interference as Lechner tried to get free.
There was so much contact everywhere on that play. 3 different referees have thrown flags. There was contact similar on the play down the field to Carter Pabst. He was tackled before the ball was even thrown into the air. And then on that play to Lechner, a lot of contact. 2 referees throw their flags. Let's see what the calls are.
It is pass interference on McNeil Warren, the safety for Toledo. 6'2", going up against 6'3", 230. The safety and the tight end colliding, and I take the tight end most times in that situation. Lechner a little undersized at tight end, but he's still very physical, and he's a great catcher.
Something else to notice on that play is McNeil Warren took a shot trying to catch that interception. His own player ran into him. He took a big hit, falling to the ground, head hitting the turf, but he's still on the field. He is okay.
Rain starting to sprinkle down at Giesa Field once again. Physical set for Washington State. Maxwell Woods takes it up the middle out to the 11-yard line. Wrapped up by big 55 Doran Ray by Toledo, who is slow to get up in a timeout. It is a full media timeout. 21-7, Washington State in front with 4 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. Ball's on the 12-yard line. When we come back, Washington State has the ball. You're listening to KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. The rain's starting to pick up in intensity. The game's starting to come down to the wire at Giesa Field. 21-7 Washington State in front with 4 minutes and 6 seconds to go. Ball on the 12-yard line. Second down and 7 for this Cougar offense that has been running the ball very effectively in this game. 146 rushing yards so far.
Something that they need to worry about, though, the rain is coming down. You need to be careful with the ball right now. No turnovers, nothing drastic that should ruin any chances of winning the game for the Cougars.
It's a pistol formation for the Cougars with a tight trips on the left side. Whistles being blown again from the far side line judge. And they want to move the ball up about a yard. So they had it about the 13. They move it to the 12. So second down and 7 from the 12 with 4:06 on the clock in the fourth quarter. Cougs trying to run out the clock and maybe punch in one more. Meredith in motion across the formation. Play action. Eckhouse rolling to his right, getting chased, and he ducks underneath it, and he gets close to the first down, 1 yard shy. And he's tackled right at the 6-yard line. So he got 6 of it. He needed one more. And Toledo is going to call a timeout. And now they are without any timeouts down the stretch of this game. They're trying to get the ball back as soon as they can. We've seen them drive down the field with Gleason and crew. They can really throw the ball effectively. They had that touchdown drive at the end of the second quarter, scored with 13 seconds on the clock. That's their only touchdown drive of the game, and it was in a crunch time situation. If they can get a stop, which is looking unlikely, this Washington State offensive line is really picking up steam, wearing down this defensive line of Toledo.
Another great play, though, by Eckhouse. He protected the ball. Toledo is trying to force a turnover as hard as they can. Multiple punches coming in at Eckhouse, but he was good job falling to the ground. Not even like usually on those plays, he'd fight for the first down, sticking the ball out, but this time he tucked it to him, trying to make sure he doesn't turn the ball over and keeping the ball with Wazoo, not giving up a turnover.
So from the 6-yard line, third down and 1 for Washington State. 2 tight ends in the game. Lechner on the left, Fillet on the right. Voorhees the running back off the left hip of Eckhouse. Hand off to Voorhees off the right side, barreling forward down to the 2-yard line. First down, Washington State, and even more time can take off the clock. Toledo, no timeouts left. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, 30 seconds on the play clock. Another Washington State first down. Great job by Kirby Voorhees in this game. He's been fantastic for Washington State, just being physical and explosive at the same time.
Let's see if Kirby can get on his star and find his way into the end zone.
He's in the pistol set. Ganashamurthy split way out to the left side. From the 2-yard line, Eckhouse takes the snap, handoff up the middle to Voorhees, and he is stuffed. He got about 1 yard. He needed 2 to the end zone. And probably a fine play for Washington State. Take even more time off the clock. You can get 40 extra seconds to tick away. As we are under 3 minutes, 21-7, Washington State in front. This game has been controlled by the Cougs almost the entire way. Defensively, it's been fantastic. Probably one of their best showings in the last couple of years for a Washington State defense against a very formidable opponent in the Toledo Rockets. Voorhees off the right hip of Eckhouse from the 1-yard line. Now he moves over to the left side. And it's going to be false start on Washington State. The offensive line too excited to try to plow forward for the touchdown. And that'll back them up 5 yards. So they're at the 1. They can't punch it in. They're going to go back to the 6.
Going back to your comment about one of the best defensive performances that this Coug team has had in recent memory, there's been so many players that have gone to the NFL coming from Washington State. Diane Henley has been an amazing linebacker so far this year for the Chargers. You got Frankie Luvu, another amazing linebacker for the Chargers. It's just so much talent that has been on these teams, and this team is still finding a way to impress it and even uptick what they've done historically.
Good production today from this defense. So they have an Wildcat formation. Voorhees takes the snap up the middle, plowing forward, breaking tackles, touchdown Washington State. He barrels into the end zone, 27-7, Cougars in front. Cougars extend their lead to 20 over Toledo. Voorhees takes the Wildcat snap, and he goes right up the middle into the teeth of the Toledo defense, and he scores. What a performance in this game. Rogers has to be thrilled with his team performance. It's been every facet of the game. It's been fantastic.
I mean, what has been a rough second half, at least offensively for the Cougars, they found a way to just run the ball straight through Toledo. Great drive right there.
Stevens with the extra point. It is good. 28-7, Washington State in front of Toledo. And that is almost a perfectly executed game-sealing drive for Washington State. Still 2:20 on the clock. It's not totally over until the clock's hit all zeros. But what a job by this offense to respond after a couple turnovers and a really quick 3-and-out after they threw 2 interceptions. And then the defense goes out and gets their first interception of the year with McKenna. And the offense goes right back down the field and scores. They take a ton of time off the clock on that drive. They take 6.5 minutes off, and now there's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game.
I mean, a real star of that drive was Kirby Voorhees, running the ball so efficiently, finding gaps, cutting through each defender that he possibly could. And there was no Meta Knight in his way. He just ran straight through the end zone, finding all the gaps that he could. Great performance on that drive from Kirby Voorhees.
So their first touchdown drive that wasn't over 80 yards. That one was 65 yards, still a lengthy drive for the Cougs. Harris will boot things away. Rudolph will catch it backing up, and they'll have it at the 25-yard line after the fair catch called for by Toledo. And that's where the Rockets offense will come out. It's been a rough day for this Toledo offense. They have not been able to get past this Washington State defense. Multiple turnover on downs, and then Gleason throwing that interception. Offensively, Gleason has been decent through passing yards and has the 1 touchdown pass, but they haven't been able to strike when necessary. In the crucial plays on 3rd and 4th down, they have not been great.
Kendall will be very upset. Just the same story all season long.
Yeah, on the road, Toledo just not the same team. Over the middle on a check down to Peterson. He runs right into Parker McKenna and loses the battle going backwards, but it's a gain of 9, maybe 10. It's right at the line to gain in Toledo. Time and time again, just getting right at the line to gain, but not getting a first down. And it's 2nd down and less than a yard. 3 receivers to the right. Gleason takes the snap. Looking long. He's going to throw a back across his body to Wallensack out past the 45. A flag down behind the line of scrimmage, probably in the area of holding.
To number 24.
Yeah, you talk about this Toledo team that has really struggled on the road. It has not been much better today. We'll get the call. And it's a face mask call on the offense, so almost a hold, but even worse than a hold, a face mask penalty on the offensive line. And we've reached the 2-minute timeout in the 4th quarter. 28-7, Washington State in front of Toledo. 1:55. Going to get reset to exactly 2 minutes, potentially. 2nd down and 1 when we come back. Ball in the 34 for Toledo. You're listening to the Student Voice of the Palouse. 28-7 Washington State in front with 1:55 to go. We're just coming out of the 2-minute timeout here at Gisa Field. The ball's on the 19-yard line of the Toledo Rockets. It has been a good night for Washington State. This defense has been great. Offense has come to life finally on that last drive. The second quarter was fantastic with 21 points. And this team just continues to get better as the year goes on.
I mean, the weather was holding up for at least most of the game. Until now, it's pouring down. But this Cougars team has showed up all 4 quarters for this family weekend crowd. They're leaving the stands due to the rain, but it's still been a great game. And the Cougars, only 1:55 left until they can secure their 4th victory of the season.
Yeah, I don't know if this road trip could have gone much worse for Toledo. You only score 7 points as of right now. They still got about 2 minutes to go. Things can be a little better if they can get a touchdown drive and get momentum going into the second half of their MAC season. They got to play Northern Illinois, then Miami, Ohio, Ball State, and Central Michigan still on their schedule. Still everything out in front of them. They have a chance to make the MAC championship, but they need things to fall in the right order. As we resume play, the throw out to Wallenczak. He can't catch it off the top of his fingers. The ball too wet, and those gloves, when they get wet, it is almost impossible to catch the ball, and it's going to be 3rd down and 16. 5 seconds tick off the clock. We're down to 1:50 in the 4th quarter.
You need to do a Puka Nakua strategy. Take off the gloves, just kind of go barehanded, maybe with some stickers on your hands.
3rd down, 16, 28-7. Cougars in front, 3 receivers to the right for Toledo. All in the 19. Gleason takes the snap. 4-man rush for the Cougs. He dumps it underneath. And breaking a couple tackles before Tucker Large finally wraps up his ankle is Crosby. And it's going to bring 4th down and long for Toledo. You might as well go for it to try to keep this drive alive with 1.5 minutes remaining. If they don't get it, that would be your ball game. Washington State can just take a couple knees, and an extra football has come onto the field. Where'd that come from? Tucker Large will bowling ball that one out to the Toledo sideline. I don't know if I've ever seen multiple footballs interrupt play.
If it's not from a crowd, like a spectator, but that one, I think they just had a little bit of miscommunication with which ball to use due to the rain. I mean, it's a downpour now. It got bad.
So they're going to reset the game clock as that kept running as the football came on. But yeah, it is raining harder and harder by the minute. Clock winds on 4th down and 7. Gleason throws to the right. Wallenczak makes the catch. He steps forward, lunging for the 1st down. Does he have enough? He's going to be marked just short. Cougars get another stop. If this play stands as it's called on the field, it would be another turnover on downs. And it is the Washington State defense. 3 turnover on downs forced against this Toledo offense, and Gleason frustrated walking back. The rain coming down even harder, and that's just a perfect example of how Toledo is feeling right now. They're feeling like a gloomy, rainy day. This offense has not been able to bludgeon this Washington State defense like they hoped.
I mean, that play sums up exactly how this day has gone for Toledo. You have a play. You have something open. You're moving down the field, and you yourself are causing your own mistakes. Goes out of bounds. Turnover on downs once again for the 3rd time. Cougars get the ball, and that should do it for this game.
Eckhouse takes a knee in victory formation, and man, that's got to feel good for Zevi Eckhouse and this Washington State team. Back-to-back weeks against top 25 teams. They play them tough. They don't get the results they want. They come back home for the first time in a month, and they get a win against a good Toledo football team in the rain. But I don't think they care. I think it feels warm and sunny inside the helmets for this Washington State team to get a win on family weekend. They take one more snap. The knee is down, and that is the ball game. Washington State wins it 28-7. They dominate the Toledo Rockets, and they now just have 2 more wins to get to become bowl eligible, with 2 games against Oregon State, 1 against Louisiana Tech, and James and Madison on the road as well. What a game here at Gisa Field, as there's still 10 seconds on the clock, but the game is over. 28-7, Washington State with the win.
I mean, just props to the entire defense of the Cougars. Everyone showed up. Everyone made plays. What I think should be given as the star of the game should be Tucker Large, but you do have to give credit to Parker McKenna being at the right place at the right time for the first interception of the season for the Cougars. All around, just a great performance for this defense. Helped set up this Cougars offense. I mean, they kept finding what struggles, but they find ways to break through, especially in that second quarter. Sevi Eckhouse, although he had multiple turnovers, he also had so many touchdowns and big plays to give the Cougars the lead, and really was the determining factor of how they could keep the ball moving.
Yeah, we normally highlight the offensive players with the final stats. Defensively, it has to be the MVP. The entire defensive squad was stepping up. Defensive line got pressure. The linebackers played great. As you mentioned, McKenna gets the first interception of the year. They finally break through and get one. And then the secondary was fantastic. They had only a few plays where the offense got behind them. Vanderos had that touchdown late in the second quarter, but then they respond. They get 3 turnover on downs in the fourth quarter with the interception. This offense only had to put up a couple of touchdowns to win it. They gave 28. They gave extra cushion. It was an all-around team win so far in this game today.
Just a great win and a great time on a great family weekend for the Cougars, and the Cougar fans and their faithful are very happy going home. Although it is rainy, it's still a great time.
Cougars go to 4-4 on the year. Again, they play a couple games down the stretch that they got to win. They have 4 more games, got to win 2 of them. They go on the road next weekend to Oregon State to battle the Beavers that have not had their best season. They're 1-7. They were down to Lafayette, and they ended up winning that game pretty handily. But this Oregon State team has had a rough year, but that's not going to stop the Beavers from coming out and playing hard in this rivalry game of the Pac-2. Nathan and I will be there for that game next weekend. It's going to be a fantastic battle between those 2 teams on November 1st, and then again on November 29th back here at Giesa Field. So if Washington State can pick up 2 more wins, they'd be bowl eligible as they move to 4-4. Toledo also moves to 4-4. Again, they go on the road against Washington State today. They lose. Now they take on Northern Illinois at home next week, and that's going to be a tough game for them. They've got some heat contention between players that transferred to and fro, and there's a lot of highly contested football games in the MAC, but that one's going to be special. So if you're interested in Toledo football, that's going to be a game to watch next weekend.
Some serious action, and you never doubt them. MAC football, some of the best and entertaining football over the years, especially with how many great NFL players have come from there as well. It's just Quinion Mitchell, specifically from Toledo, he's a big supporter of his action.
Zevi Eckhouse goes for 159 yards and 2 touchdowns with the 2 interceptions. The defense comes through and has a fantastic game. Washington State wins it 28-7. And for KUGR and Amelia Davis and Nathan Eshelman, I'm Davis Hagen saying so long from Pullman, where Washington State wins it 28-7. Enjoy your evening.